And they're racing. Slow beginning for Extreme Mayhem. Missed it by 3 jumps. Natural Chill comes out very, very fast, but so does Deputy Law. And Deputy Law takes the lead by a neck with 4 to go. A recovering Extreme Mayhem has gone from last all the way up to a joint lead, and actually now is second, about a half back. And 8 and 9 race out. 2.5 lengths to the good of Romeo's Glory, trying to win 2 in a row. After that, we have Ojito, 6 lengths out of it. Behind that one, Irish Tough running on as Natural Chill does the moonwalk. Then we come to Star of Stars, about 10 lengths from the lead, and 2.5 or 3 clear from Nacho S, and they head for home. It is Deputy Law trying to lay down the law. Deputy Law, Extreme Mayhem, Romeo's Glory outside. Here's Ojito's flying on the inside, and on the outside, Irish Tough is sizzling. Ojitos and Harry prevail. And they're racing. And from the inside, Red Wave comes surging out of the gate at 7 to 1, showing some speed. And so does Storm's Reflection. And Storm's Reflection has taken the lead by a length with 7 furlongs to go. Guest Check tracks the leader about 2.5 from the front and 1.5 clear from Bon Dieu. That one is 4th and now 4 lengths from the front and about the same margin clear from Mongolian Bonus. Then it's a big gap back to the second last runner, Fly with Class, and the one in last is Honey Superman. Up the barn side they go Wednesday night, Canterbury Park, and Storm's Reflection settles into stride, leading by 1.5. In second is Guest Check. Red Wave is now back 5 lengths out of it and to the inside of Bon Dieu. And Bon Dieu is cat clear from Mongolian Bonus. Then we come to Fly with Class, running on a bit but far out of it. Likewise for Honey's Superman. That one is a good 20 from the lead. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and it's Storm's Reflection and Guest Check. Those two have run 7, 8 lengths clear from Red Wave, and after that it is Fly with Class, and up top we have 2 locked in battle as they head for home. It is Storm's Reflection at 9 to 1. Guest Check to the outside at 2 to 1 has taken the lead and run away by a length and a half. Guest Check puts away Storm's Reflection and is far clear from Red Wave, and Guest Check prevails in race 8. 5-4-1. And they're racing, and they broken a line. Outrun him looks to outrun him from the wide side. Pop Sweetly, so did Coach Happy. And the gray is Irish Dawn, attempting to win 2 in a row. After that, Birdie Machine looking to remain undefeated, 4 lengths from the lead. Chicken Truck right behind that one, and about 4 clear from Give 'em Heck Beck. And Runaway Ready would have to win 2 in a row from 9 out of it, but is in the clear. Coach Happy and Lindy lead it by 1. In second is Irish Dawn. Outside of that, Outrun 'em. Then we come back to Chicken Truck, beginning to make a move off the far turn, but the coach opens up by 2. After that, it is Birdie Machine. That one is behind runner, 7 out of it. Coach Happy, 2.5. Then it's Give 'em Heck Beck, and still nothing from Runaway Ready. And round about the quarter pole, Coach Happy at 13 to 1 shows the way. It is Coach Happy trying to take them gate to wire and still leading it by 2. Chicken Chicken Truck is to the outside of Irish Dawn. Not today for Birdie Machine. Then on the inside, Give 'em Heckbeck. And on the far outside, closing is Runaway Ready. Coach Happy has 50 to get to win it and pull the upset. It is Coach Happy. Photo finish with Chicken Truck. And there you go. Good start. Atomic Candy out of the gate sweetly at 7-1. And Fiery Tail also shows some speed. And as they all corner for the first time, it is Fiery Tail and Carlo Lopez leading it and opening up by 1, tugging along the other 7. Then it's Atomic Candy. Right behind them is Allen. And Allen is overtaken by Extreme VIP, who's on the move with 3/4 of a mile to go. American Union 6 lengths out of it and to the inside of Sign of the Cross, about 3.5 clear from Release the Beast, and Violin Maker is last and 10 lengths rearmost. Up the barn side in the last Wednesday at Canterbury Park, and Fiery Tail tries to sail wire to wire in fiery fashion at 7-1. In second, Extreme VIP trying to win 3 in a row. Then we come back about 3-4 lengths to American Union. That one's to the inside of Atomic Candy. Sign of the Cross, 8 lengths out of it. Allen is losing ground, overtaken by Release the Beast, who is running on, and still nothing from Violin Maker at 9-1, and they have 1/4 of a mile to go, and still in front is Fiery Tail. Extreme VIP is all over that one, and as they head for home, it is 4 and 6 locking up in battle. American Union trying to make it a line of 3, and up top, Fiery Tail just turned away Extreme VIP. Outside of that is American Union, and behind them is Atomic Candy. It is American Union. American Union to the outside of Fiery Tail. American Union in time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats as we play the national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is listed as fast and the turf.
The turf is firm, people. The turf is firm.
If you'll open up your programs, we'll go over the changes on tonight's big 12-race program. Pick 4 carryover of just a touch above $23,000 into race 1's post-time pick 4. In the first, Jockey change, number 3, Delusional Dream, to be ridden by Rye Eccleberry. Eccleberry picks up the mount on the 3 in the first. Race number 2, scratch the 8, You'll Be Lucky. Race 2, take out the 8. Race 3, Free and Clear, no changes in the third race. Up to race number 4 with a couple of scratches. In the fourth race, take out number 2, Graves Mill Road, and the 4, Delft Blue. Race 4, take out the 2 and the 4. Ahead to the fifth, take out the 9. Scratch the 9, Mo Smoking. Race 5, take out the 9. In the sixth, we scratch the 11, Sweet Laura. Race 6, scratch the 11. Moving forward to the seventh, a jockey change. Number 12, In to Win, now ridden by Kelsey Haar. Haar picks up the mount on the 12. Now to the eighth, jockey change on the 5, Silver Dash. Now ridden by Alonzo Quinones. Quinones on the 5 in race 8. No changes in the ninth. Up to race 10, a scratch of the 7, Pirate Bird. Race 10, take out 7. In the 11th race, take out the 10, Sway Road. That was race 11, take out the 10, Sway Road. And in race 12, scratch 6, Miss Kitty Russell. Race 12, scratch 6, Miss Kitty Russell. There will be other jockey changes that will be announced a little later in the evening, so keep that in mind as you're making your wagers. Jockey changes coming here in the next few minutes, but up next, today at the races, as myself, Kevin Gorg, and Miss Angela Herman take a look at the goings-on here at Canterbury Park.
Welcome to a very special Thursday edition, the penultimate edition of Today at the Races. Paul has cookies that he's brought us. Lovely. I get a special treat of being joined by Kevin Gorg today. Usually I don't get you on a Wednesday or a Thursday.
Yeah, Jeff Bidet, busy downstairs running a giant contest, which we're going to talk about momentarily. So the press box is ours. While the boss is away, I guess the kids get to play.
The mice will play.
Yes. And so will the chickens, in honor of a great race run by Chicken Truck last night. We love Chicken Truck. He's one of our favorite horses. We've got...
Could we not bring the Chicken Truck in here?
Why not?
Well, it is a very jam-packed last few days of racing. In total, we had 35 races spread out over 3 days. Now we get 12 tonight, 13 on Saturday. And what do these cards mean to you? It's the penultimate, it's the end, and there's a lot going on, but it's kind of a bittersweet time, isn't it?
It is. Having done this since, the year 2000, I've been a part of this racetrack in one way, shape, or form or another. So we're talking 2 decades plus. It's a sad time of year for me, and I love the winter beat for me, working with the Minnesota Wild, but there's nothing quite like the weather, the atmosphere, the fans, and the camaraderie we have up here in the press box. So soak up these last couple of cards. They're both going to be grinders. I mean, from a handicapping perspective to a gambling perspective to us working the races, 12 race cards that get over at 11 o'clock at night for 55-year-olds is a grind, but it's going to be a fun grind. Yeah. And same thing on Saturday. We start at 4 o'clock. We have 13 races, a couple of stakes races. I love big fields. I love value. I thought we made the most of a decent card last night. I think this card is, if last night's card was a 6 or 7 on a scale of 1 to 10, this one's probably a 7 or 8. And then on Saturday, we're probably looking at a 9. I mean, it's that good a card. So I'm really looking forward to it.
No, I agree. And you missed a very vital part of today's, too. In the post-time pick 4, we have that carryover. And that carries over $23,000 into the first 4 races of our card. Again, tried to do that yesterday. And we do want to, of course, make mention of Jermaine Bridgemahan and how he is doing. He was brought to the hospital last night, HCMC, but we've been hearing some good reports on his health.
Could have been a lot worse. And
well, yeah, not good.
It's still going to be a long road back for Jermaine. That's the risk these jockeys run. And we've talked about it a lot throughout the season, how important it is for all of us at Canterbury to support these jockeys with that leg up fund. These are the situations you think about. And went down at the worst place he could possibly go down through fault of nobody's. These are horses, and whether he bumped the rail or jumped a shadow, we don't know. But the horse he was on pitched him in the stretch, and there's a cavalry charge behind him, and he got a little bit trampled there. It could have been a heck of a lot worse. We're hearing for sure a broken arm. We're hearing some vertebrae issues and punctured lungs, things that the average person doesn't think about when they go to work, right? When we come to work, we might stub our toe walking through the press box, but these men and women risk their lives for our entertainment, and that doesn't get lost on any of us. And so our thoughts and prayers are with him and also with the men and women that still had to race last night and still come out there and race tonight, because I'm sure a lot of people were shook up. I looked at those jockeys on the track last night, and I could see the emotion on their faces. So we are cognizant of that, and we are very thankful and blessed to have this game.
Yeah, and I'm very grateful to have Jermaine up here this season. He's been a wonderful addition to the Jockey Colony. We wish him a speedy recovery. And now we get back to Thursday and that post-time pick 4. You're going to go through a ticket coming up very shortly. But before we look at that, we look at a race that recently tightened up. Now, there's 2 of them. One, it was over a while ago. That's the Jockey's race. And Harry Hernandez, another new face up here to Canterbury, just is blowing them away right now. 26 ahead of Luis Fuentes. You can see it's close there in second. Luis been going back and forth a little bit between here and New Mexico. But Lindy Wade, last year's leading champion, has 47 wins and has cleared 4 off from Alonso Quinones in 4th. Harry Hernandez, he's such a unique and fun personality, a lot of energy to him. And we got a chance to catch up with him.
Scent of success. Midnight Current gets to the outside with Harry. Then on the inside is Molly's Angel. Outside of that, Let's Skedaddle. Midnight Current, well on her way to winning 6 in a row. Midnight Current is the Princess Elaine Champion.
And that kind of embodied what we saw from Double H throughout the season, because he had a way, Angela, of putting his horses in the right position at the right time. From the adroit skills he showed with 2-year-olds to the turf win we just saw in a stakes race on Midnight Current, always putting his horse in the right spot at the right time. And the one thing that was kind of the trademark of Harry, if he had the lead turning for home, you better pack a lunch to beat him.
He was very tough, and he did his homework. When I talked to him after one of these races in those stakes interviews, he was telling me about his competition and where they're going to be. So vital that they keep an eye on what's going on around them, especially in big fields, to know what they're up against and know where the right spot to be in. And more often than not, Harry did find a way to get there. Now, the trainers race, a little different story. Things have got very close as Joel Berndt has had an excellent couple of weeks. Things have gone well, but not as well as they normally do at this time of year for the Mac Robertson camp. So there's just one win separating these two, and they as a tandem have run away from the rest of the trainers in the standings. But you can see through the top four, everybody at least 25 wins. And this is just one shining example of how things have gone for Joel Berndt's season, especially with Bob Lothenbach. These two as a tandem have made over, I believe, 1.2 or 1.3 million in purse money, and Love the Nest might be the most talented member of that whole camp.
That's the night when it kind of turned. And, Mac had that 6-win lead coming into festival night last Saturday. Joel Berndt got 4 stakes win and another win on that card to tighten it up. Both were shut out last night. Mac had 11 horses in last night. And like I said, I've been doing this for over 20 years, and you could pretty much pencil in Mac Robertson for big wins in the final month of the racing season. That hasn't happened. And so now it's really going to be interesting. For all of us that bet on these races and handicap these races, understand this. Both these trainers are doing everything they can to give themselves a chance to win this title on Saturday. And Mac's done it 14 times, so he knows how to do it. But Bernst's got momentum right now, and he's got a barn full of horses that are all firing. So I think it's going to be right down to Saturday, and that plays into when you handicap a pick 4 or a pick 5 tonight. When you come back Saturday on that final day of racing, how you attack and handicap, you have to factor in Mac Robertson and Joel Berndt. They're two of the best trainers in the Midwest, period. They're two of the best trainers in the history of this track, and they're both going to be firing bullets this weekend. I can't wait to see how the fireworks play out.
Well, and speaking of Joel Berndt, one of his horses is my play of the night. Of course, I want to get your thoughts on it. We look through these races together, but we don't talk about them at length necessarily. In the 8th race today, I saw a ton of speed. Just tons and tons and tons of it. And usually I would try to pick out a horse that could shake loose, but I instead took a closer in race number 8. And this could be one of those anchor plays in one of these pick 4s, these pick 5s, or both perhaps, because there's going to be overlap and when it comes to race number 8. So this is going to be the start of a pick 5, the very last one on the night. And in race 8, I know that there's going to be some money going to public safety. I know that there's going to be money going to a few different speed horses in here, including Happy Hour Bobby. But what chance do you give my top pick, Warrior Boss?
Warrior Boss is the most likely winner. The pace is going to be hot, and I could not put together a pick 5 ticket without using that horse. He's my second pick in the race. I went for a price horse, but he really does look like a horse that's going to be tough to beat. Now the fun thing is, because Jeff gave us the night to do our Today at the Races show, we get to kind of do the paddock together, which we'll do later in the card tonight. And here's Bones and Roses. And I like the price. I think 8-1's a good price. I don't love the 0 for 19, but I really do like the Silver Barn and the way they're going. They won another race last night. Crystal Conning, super underrated in the saddle. Inside post, 3 turns in play. This horse is on my pick 4 ticket, so we'll give you a little preview of coming attractions. Looks good in the paddock. Absolutely can win this race in my eyes.
Oh, she's come too close without a cigar for me. I actually preferred Rattle Me of the inside 2 horses, and I think that Rattle Me at 7-1 is very good value. This filly has beaten a couple in here and done so on the front end. She always breaks on top. Of course, distance and finishing seem to be an issue for her, but maybe the drop down to this level, which is the first time she's doing it, will be the key to her hanging on the front end. Carlo Lopez has ridden her a few times in a row, and she made a little bit more sense as far as if you're looking for someone to take this, and there isn't that much speed in here, but I think we both end up on Delusional Dream, as you can see on the screen. She's your current 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, we get Rye Echoberry. That's got to be a good thing, and we get a horse that it's kind of now or never time. I mean, this horse last time out probably should have won that race, tick above 2-1. Maybe Rye makes the difference tonight in the stretch. He's so aggressive. I like the workout in between races. It looks to me like they're going all in. This is go time for Delusional Dream. And at 0 for 12, I think you'd tread lightly at 2-1 on the win side, but in the pick 4, I think a must use.
Lucy's Looking Left departed with Sophia Barandella shortly out of the gate when they raced together on the dirt going 1 turn. Her 2-turn races have been very different as far as the turf goes. The Open Company one, not great. She was all right against Minnesota breds. Not sure who was in that race compared to this one, but it's a pretty relative group, I'm sure. She just doesn't have any speed. She gives herself so much to do. I wanted to use her underneath, but Lucy's Looking Left just isn't showing enough consistently for me to use her in the mix.
I agree. I think the 5 is a much better play to use throughout the wagers here, whether it's pick 4 or with some of those exotic trifectas and exactas. I think the 5 gets a great trip sitting just behind the speed of the 2. And if the 2 doesn't want to go this far, the 5 can just inherit the lead, turning for home, and try to hold off a couple horses that have yet to really prove they can finish the deal.
All right, Exodus and Hope, just next door, has never tried the turf, has never gone 2 turns, and really kind of runs at 1 speed. Now, Gallardo's going to be aboard her. Kelsey Haar has been aboard Exodus and Hope for many of her starts, but Exodus and Hope I don't think is going to necessarily improve on the stretch out. She would need to take a big step forward, and right now she's 25-1.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think you look at Lake Lady, it is Mac Robertson, so you have to factor that in. It is a horse taking money at 7-2. I just haven't yet seen enough. The class drop, though, makes this horse dangerous in the late stages of race 1.
No, that's fair enough. The works would hint some ability, but the races have hinted otherwise. Innovate on the outside is 0-13. Has tried the turf a number of times and done so against classier company. This one should be coming at the end, and I think the Kelsey Haar is a very good fit for her. Just not sure that this is necessarily the bunch that Innovate is going to break her maiden against. Now, what you see on the screen, the BCBC Big Ten Handicapping Tournament is going to start right now. This is going to start in 8 minutes, and you have up until the 5th race to register. Whether you're here on track or if you're playing on Express Bet, you can register right up until race number 5. Go to our website, CanterburyPark.com, for the rules, because it is restricted in wagers. There's no supers, there's no pick 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, and double. It's a $3,000 buy-in, $2,000 live bankroll, $1,000 entry fee. All the other specifics are available online. You could win one of 11 Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge entries if you can score in the top 11. Now, there's cash prizes as well. There's, again, all sorts of details and rules available on the website. You have until race 5 this evening to register if you would like to win your way to the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge. There's the grid of selections. We're 7 minutes away from race number 1. The horses now making their way onto the track. Lynn Dykert will bring them on, and Kevin will be back to take you through this pick 4 with a big carryover attached.
Lynn Dykert, Canterbury Park's bugler, welcomes them on the track for the first of the final 25. They head to a turf course listed as firm and the rails at 10 feet. This begins the post-time pick 4. It's only 50 cents with a nation-low 10% takeout and is bolstered by a carryover pool of $23,000. Here in the first, number 3, Delusional Dream, is ridden by Rye Eccleberry. 5 minutes.
All right, race fans, pick 4 time here at Canterbury with that big carryover in excess of $23,000. In the first race, I'm going to use the 1, 3, and the 5. Now, if you want to add horses, both the 2 and the 7 could be added. I just didn't want to make too big a ticket here. I want to keep it to $36, which is the budget I've got for tonight. So 1, 3, and 5, my top 3 plays in the race. I would add 2 and 7 if you want to spend more money. Race 2, I'm going to use just 2 horses. The 1, Justice Warrior, and the 9, Champagne Pegasus. I think the bookenders are the best 2 in race 2. In the third race, I was torn between the 1, Sailing Along, and the 6, Amaretto de Amor. Those are the 2 I will use. I want to be alive to the 4th because the 4th has the potential for some real upsets, and I used a bunch of horses accordingly. 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9. 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9. The 5, Mark and Greeley at 4-1 is my top play. 1, 3, 5 with 1, 9, with 1, 6, with 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9. And if I added any horses, it'd be in the first with the 2 and the 7, but that would significantly change the price of $36. What an opportunity it is here. It's the post-time pick 4. 10% takeout and a carryover in excess of $23,000. Good luck with your pick 4 tickets. Get those in now. And also, good luck to everybody here and around the country playing the Canterbury Park Big Ten Handicapping Tournament, the BCBC, with Jeff Madej hosting. Good luck in that as well.
The horses are at the starting gate, and it is now post time for the first, the penultimate day of live racing this 2022 season. We welcome Guardian Wealth Strategies, our first race featured group. Good luck with the post-time pick 4. It has been a boon for local and national players all season with the 10% nation low takeout. And it is bolstered today with a $23,000 carryover. Delusional Dream, hot favorite at 4-5. Lucy's Looking Left. Elegance and Tonic is in. Exodus and Hope edging forward. This mare makes her turf debut. Into the final 25 races of the season, our leading rider is Harry Hernandez. We will celebrate his accomplishments following race 2 Saturday. And in the training race, very tightly contested, Hall of Famer Mac Robertson, 59, Joel Burnt, 58. Innovate, last in. 8 in the gate for the first Thursday at Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Swift beginnings for all. Rattle Me and Elegance and Tonic come out fast behind them. Lucy's Looking Left. Then it's the white horse, Bones and Roses, 6 lengths from the front. And to the inside of Exodus and Hope. That 50-1 shot is making her turf debut. Delusional Dream now second last. Innovate a bit wide around the turn, but on the move. And Lake Lady flows along in last at 17-1. They're covered by 12, and they're chasing the leading man, Harry. Elegance and Tonic kicks clear by 2. Rattle Me lays second by 3, and the pace is kind of hot. After that, Lucy's Looking Left, 7 lengths out of it. Then we come to Bones and Roses at 0-for-19, hoping this Thursday is the day. To the inside of Innovate, 2.5 clear from Delusional Dream. She continues to bide her time and chill out between the 1 and the 8, and she's 5 clear from Exodus and Hope, and Lake Lady is being niggled at with about 3.5 to go, and Exodus make that Elegance and Tonic is trying to go wire to wire. Carlo Lopez and Rattle Me at 10-1, attempting to rattle the cages of Elegance and Tonic and Harry. After that, it's way back to Lucy's Looking Left. Now Eckleberry comes flashing out of the crowd with Delusional Dream. She's on the move, and she's 7-8 lengths out of it, and they head for home. It is Elegance and Tonic trying to leave them punch drunk and looking strong. Rattle Me lays second. After that, Lucy's Looking Left, Bones and Roses, and not today for Delusional Dream. Elegance and Tonic and the leading man are gone. 5-1-4 in the first. Number 5, Elegance and Tonic, wire to wire. Photography for the rest. We welcome our featured groups. They include those here with the Big Ten BCBC Handicapping Tournament, Ziegler Cat, Global Operator Challenge, the All-Welling Party, Guardian Wealth Strategies, Peterson Scadam Realty Group, Remax Advantage Plus, the LI Group Company Event, TMS Johnson Company Picnic, and the Advisory Realty Group 300 Sales Event. Welcome to the park. The numbers 5142 in the Saintly Roar purse. The first is official. First superfecta for 10 cents, $80.85. That's 5142. 51 exacta, $25.60. 50-cent trifecta, 514. Paid $97.10. The first was courtesy of Atomic Data. We also thank Busch Light for 2022 sponsorship. And the second is courtesy of Apple Autos. Into the winner's circle, Elegance and Tonic and Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, Dorothy Urban, Timothy Balder, and John Means. And the winning trainer, Mike Beeler. Elegance and Tonic is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Protonico out of Elegant Affair. Bred in Minnesota by Bailey Ranch and Thoroughbred. Race number 2 keeps us on the firm turf course. This begins a 50-cent pick 5 with a nation low 10% takeout. Scratch number 8, You'll Be Lucky. Pick 4 pool, the post time pick 4. The pool $167,000 before the $23,000 carryover. So close to $200,000 at stake in that post time pick 4. Good luck. Canterbury Park, and they're racing. Swift beginnings for all. Rattle Me and Elegance and Tonic come out fast behind them. Lucy's looking left. Then it's the white horse, Bones and Roses, 6 lengths from the front. And to the inside of Exodus and Hope, that 50-1 shot is making her turf debut. Delusional Dream now second last. Innovate a bit wide around the turn, but on the move. And Lake Lady flows along in last at 17-1. They're covered by 12, and they're chasing the leading man, Harry. Elegance and Tonic kicks clear by 2. Rattle Me lays second by 3, and the pace is kind of hot. After that, Lucy's looking left, 7 lengths out of it. Then we come to Bones and Roses at 0 for 19, hoping this Thursday is the day. To the inside of Innovate, 2.5 clear from Delusional Dream. She continues to bide her time and chill out between the 1 and the 8, and she's 5 clear from Exodus and Hope, and Lake Lady is being niggled at with about 3 3.5 to go. And Exodus make that Elegance and Tonic is trying to go wire to wire. Carlo Lopez and Rattle Me at 10 to 1, attempting to rattle the cages of Elegance and Tonic and Harry. After that, it's way back to Lucy's looking left. Now Eckleberry comes flashing out of the crowd with Delusional Dream. She's on the move, and she's 7-8 lengths out of it. And they head for home. It is Elegance and Tonic trying to leave them punch drunk and looking strong. Rattle Me lay second. After that, Lucy's looking left, Bones and Roses, and Not Today for Delusional Dream. Elegance and Tonic and the leading man are gone. 5-1-4 in the first.
Well, a happy Thursday to you. Beautiful weather out here for the penultimate night of racing with that big pick 4 carryover. The race starts out with a mild upset. Top jockey Harry Hernandez pays $7.80 on Elegance and Tonic Flag Fall to That's All. Now we move on to the second race. We're going to go out of the chute one more time on this firm turf course at 1 1/16. As you can see on the tote board, the bookenders are going to take a lot of the action. We scratch the 8, but we start with number 1. This is Justice Warrior. Miguel Arroyo gets the call here for Lynn Rarick. Love the post position, love the speed, and the fact that he got beat last time by Runaway Harry, not a bad thing. Runaway Harry was a runaway maiden winner. Came back to validate that with another wire-to-wire effort. And on that particular night, speed was gold on the turf, and this horse was not on the pace. Tonight, not as much speed in the race, no Runaway Harry. I think the 1 gets a really good trip. I don't love the price, but I do love the horse. I'll take Justice Warrior on top. Number 2, Coastal Waters. Lindy Wade gets the call for Valerie Lund. 1 for 21 in his career as far as wins go, but 8 for 21 in the top 3. Last time out, probably going too far for this horse. 1 3/8, probably pushed the envelope. I think the shorter trip will help here tonight. Star Mission is the 3. Kelsey Haar for Perry Wolf. Good stalking speed, just nothing to show from 7 career turf starts. I'm just not sure the lawn will bring out the absolute best, and the price kind of tells that story. The 4 horse is Talent and Tricks for Brianna McDaniel. You know, this horse has hinted at some turf form. I like that effort 2 back against a horse named Stagecoach Boys. Flash speed that day might be a little closer to the pace here, and 35-1. 5 is Sneaky. This is Mr. Cougar, Eduardo Gallardo for the Westerman gang. If you go back to his turf starts in July, both those efforts, the 67 and the 71, probably good enough to be right there today. If you're looking for a goofball for the trifecta, I would mix that 5 in at 17-1. That's a very fair price on Mr. Cougar. 6 is Edgy Reggie, Zeke Laura for Tony Rengsdorf. Great connections. Horse just not in good form right now. He does have a couple wins on our turf course. If he wakes up, he could be dangerous, but like I said, lately has not been in good form. 7 is, Harry Hernandez at a price. Our top jockey is 7-1 for Jonathan Wong. I know there's a layoff. I know there's a drop in class, but on those connections alone, you better beware of the 7. That is a dangerous horse here in race 2. Number 9 is Champagne Pegasus. Rye Eckleberry for Jonathan Wong. 1 for 28 is Pesky, but 17 for 28 in the top 3 tells me this horse is going to be a part of it, and I think Eckleberry can work out a really good trip because the horse has natural speed, so that outside post really won't bother him. I just don't see a ton of speed in this race, so I think he gets a nice trip. But again, at 1 for 28 and on the board at 8-5, I'm going to have to use that horse more in the pick 5 and pick 4 and tip my hat to Mr. Eckleberry, one of our very best, if he gets the job done. Race 2, on the turf we go. Claimers, $20,000. We have 2 pick 5s tonight. They both feature a 10% takeout. The best value in the game in North America. The first of those pick 5s is coming up. It's coming at you, and it's next.
Race 2 is up next. It's the beginning of one of the pick fives today. Remember, that's a 10% takeout, 50-cent pick five, and it does begin on the turf. We have two from the Jonathan Wong camp. One of them you saw galloping by quite aggressively. That was Champagne Pegasus, and he's one of two that I used in the first leg. I like the fact that he's warming up without the pony. There doesn't seem to be a ton of speed in here, and your 4 to 5 favorite is the other source of it. He's on the rail, and I get why people like Justice Warrior, but I just thought that he had a very good shot at things more than once this season and only came through with one turf victory. Now I'm going to try the outside horse, and maybe if these two race out and go bananas on the front end, Coastal Waters could pick things up. But Coastal Waters is one of those horses who drops so far off the pace. It seems like he'll never get there, and he rarely does, but he does have some back class to him. Just 2 and 9 for me there, and I used 1, 6, and 7. I know that it's not clever. I don't like taking those 3 necessarily, but I don't know exactly who's going to be the favorite. I'm going to guess a lot of money might go to Hell of the North on the outside, even though she hasn't run in over a year. My top pick is Amaretto de Amor, though. She's a filly who's always had the talent, but hasn't been able to put things together upstairs. Now, she did 2 starts ago, and she blasted a field of maidens that day. Tried the Minnesota Oaks. Bit off more than she could chew, but she is in a very realistic spot to pick up her second win. In race number 4, we returned to the turf course. I went pretty deep in there. I used 4 horses in this pick 5, and even with the scratches of Delft Road and Graves Mill Road, or Delft Blue and Graves Mill Road, it doesn't get that much easier in here. I opted to try to beat Devoted to You because I'm not sure he's going to get exactly the trip that he wants in there. Both Paul Allen and I like Hold the Spice a lot, though, and I'm going to go 3, 5, 6, and 9 with some horses close to the front end, but my top 2 picks are going to be coming from downtown, I have to be honest. I used a ton in the 5th. This is a maiden special weight on the turf. We don't have a lot of turf form to go on. We don't have a lot of races, period, to go on. And my top pick in here is a first-time starter. So with enough question marks in that group, I had to use a lot. I think the Facciabella might be the favorite. I think the Facciabella, kind of like Justice Warrior in here, has had some fair shots at things. So I'm going to try to take a less experienced horse than she is to try to overcome. Minnesota Nice is my single in the last. She really likes going a mile. She really likes going a mile on our main track, and she drew the inside. I think that she and Harry Hernandez will get a very good trip from down there and perhaps add another to their tab as they've already won the first with Elegance and Tonic. They'll team up again with Minnesota Nice, and she, like Kevin Gorg, is a standout for me in race number 6 and my single in that $60 ticket. You've got 2 minutes to make your own. They're going to head out to the turf course very shortly for the second. Best of luck.
And the horses have reached the starting gate, and it is post time. Saturday, closing day at Canterbury. We begin at 4 o'clock. Today, or Saturday, or when out and about, stop by Bo Diddley's Deli Sandwich Shop. It's level 1 here at Canterbury. A terrific culinary addition this year. Stop by Bo Diddley's for subs, salads, and or deli specials. Bo Diddley's, level 1, south side of Canterbury. Another big field, par for the course, deep in the Canterbury season. Justice Warrior is even money and favored. Here is Star Mission. Kelsey Haar with 23 victories this season. A banner season for Kelsey. Talon and Tricks goes in. And Champagne Pegasus with 3-time Canterbury champion jockey Rye Eccleberry.
You're locked.
And they're racing. Justice Warrior is being ridden for speed by Miguel Arroyo and drifts out to path 3, but does so with a 1-length lead. And then a cavalcade of equine athletes line up behind that one. And now taking off his Talon and Tricks at 45-1, intensifying an already fast early pace. Mr. Cougar is next on the 3-wide side. Then we come back about 2-3 lengths to Star Mission. Around the turn, Star Mission is giving way to Edgy Reggie. Champagne Pegasus got down from that 9 spot nicely, fourth, about 3 lengths out of it. Coastal Waters 10 from the front and 7 clear from Next Journey. The white horses in last, but still off a fast early pace. Justice Warrior is the speed warrior in race 2. It's Justice Warrior by 1, slowing down a bit. After that, Talon and Tricks to the outside of Champagne Pegasus, making a move into the far turn. Mr. Cougar's being shoved on 4 wide. Justice Warrior is opened up by 2.5, racing well off the inside. Then it's Edgy Reggie. That Minnesotan is 7 lengths from the front. Coastal Waters is closing in, but 8 out of it. Likewise for Star Mission. Talon and Tricks has dropped out of it quickly and still in last, Next Journey. And number 1 is numero uno in race 2. It is Justice Warrior, and the Warrior has come out to play. Champagne Pegasus is next. Coastal Waters finishing very fast on the outside with the green shadow roll into the final 125. Justice Warrior slowing down precipitously, but has done enough to win. Justice Warrior, 1.5. Tight photo for second, Star Mission and Coastal Waters. Two turf races and 2 wire-to-wire performances. This one, number 1, Justice Warrior, smashed down to 3-5. Photo for the rest. Second race official 1239. The wire-to-wire winner, Justice Warrior and Miguel Arroyo. The winning owner, Jody Veach, and the winning trainer, Lynn Rarick. Race number 3 is on a fast main track. No scratches, no rider changes. This one is courtesy of Cutwater. We have Cutwater Cocktails at Canterbury, level 1, across from Bo Diddley's. And we also thank the Star Tribune. Make sure to follow Jay Litza's Canterbury Park line. The final 2 days of live racing at Canterbury. Find the Litza's line in the newspaper or at startribune.com/Canterbury. Racing. Justice Warrior is being ridden for speed by Miguel Arroyo and drifts out to path 3, but does so with a 1-length lead. And then a cavalcade of equine athletes line up behind that one. And now taking off his Talent and Tricks at 45-1, intensifying an already fast early pace. Mr. Cougar is next on the 3-wide side. Then we come back about 2-3 lengths to Star Mission. Around the turn, Star Mission is giving way to Edgy Reggie. Champagne Pegasus got down from that 9 spot nicely. 4th, about 3 lengths out of it. Coastal Waters, 10 from the front and 7 clear from Next Journey. The White Horses in last, but still off a fast early pace. Justice Warrior is the speed warrior in race 2. It's Justice Warrior by 1, slowing down a bit. After that, Talent and Tricks to the outside of Champagne Pegasus, making a move into the far turn. Mr. Cougar's being shoved on 4 wide. Justice Warrior is opened up by 2.5, racing well off the inside. Then it's Edgy Reggie. That Minnesotan is 7 lengths from the front. Coastal Waters is closing in, but 8 out of it. Likewise for Star Mission. Talent and Tricks has dropped out of it quickly and still in last. Next Journey. And number 1 is numero uno in race 2. It is Justice Warrior. And the Warrior has come out to play. Champagne Pegasus is next. Coastal Waters finishing very fast on the outside with the green shadow roll into the final 125. Justice Warrior slowing down precipitously, but has done enough to win. Justice Warrior 1.5. Tight photo for second, Star Mission and Coastal Waters.
Justice Warrior sizzles right along on the front end and takes them all the way in race number 2. Does so at a very low number 2. Now we move on to a shorter field on the main track for race number 3. Good luck if you are live in that post time pick 4. We keep it going at 6 furlongs. This brings about Minnesota breds. These girls are optional claimers, and on the inside was your morning line favorite, Sailing Along. Sailing Along comes off the turf course. Turf hasn't been her friend thus far in her life. She's performed much better on our main track. That's the site of 2 of her 3 lifetime wins. Right now she's 3-1. It's a pretty fair price on this filly. 6 I thought might be a tad short for her, but she did race well at 5 a little bit earlier in the year. Just really like her at 6.5, quite honestly. But Sailing Along should be coming at the end of things and hoping that things go very quick up front. Dusty Ford could be a part of that. Dusty Ford is speed, speed, speed. She is very, very quick out of the gate. This filly I thought too at 5 furlongs might be a little bit better suited, but if that spot didn't come up, this is where she has to go. Last time she was 4th behind Stone Arch Bridge, but that pace completely melted down. Dusty Ford has got some rest since that time. She leans to the inside of most of her pace competition, but she might be the fleetest of foot of them all. Dusty Ford is a little bit spirited out here in the paddock, but she looks nice, and for her return to the races, she should be setting the pace at least part of the way. I Think I Love You right next door just broke her maiden from way, way out of it, but of course Noel's Angel sped out to a clear lead that day. That margin isn't as far back as it looks. It's not like she closed from a whole bunch off the pace. Noel's Angel just stopped. I Think I Love You did sail by though and opened up. This is a big step up in company for her though, and I Think I Love You should be one of the field's long shots, and right now she is the longest in that respect at 18-1. Voodoo Fire comes from off the pace as well. She caught Noel's Angel 3 starts ago and got up just on the line. Moved over to the turf course. You tossed that one out. It was against open company. But last time she took on $7,500 Minnesota breds. Didn't go very well. She did manage to close in late, but Celtic's Wildcat put that field away early. Voodoo Fire is going to have to step up her game, but she is against state breds and she does double in price. It's not like she jumps up to stakes company or anything. Voodoo Fire may get the pace that she needs, but closing on this main track or on this turf course for that matter has not been the easiest thing lately. You get 6-1 on Style and Profile, and she cuts back from mile races and 7.5s on the turf. I do have a soft spot for this one before you say that, Kevin, but Styling and Profiling has grown more adept to that 2-turn racing. She hasn't sprinted since May, and it was kind of an even race for her. She was beaten 6 lengths that day and didn't make too much of a move. The horse to her outside is the one that I've honed in on top, and right now she's 9-1. A little surprising with that with Amaretto D'Amore. This, of course, the younger sibling to Mr. Jagermeister. She has had her troubles over her 9 races, but she has put things together. Last time she ran in the Minnesota Oaks, tossed it out, but she broke her maiden clear 2 back. That was at 6 furlongs. That was against a similar sort of bunch as she'll see here, and she gets to the outside of them. If she feels like running, she could win. If she doesn't, she might run last. Hell of the North on the outside hasn't run since last August, but she's your even money favorite. Looks like she's been working extremely well for this return to the races, and this one has the most back class of them all, and now she heads out of the track looking a picture of health, and with 9 minutes to post, she's your even money favorite. That's it. That's the 7 that go into this one. You can see the grid of selections up on the board. Kevin Gorg alone on the inside was Sailing Along. Everyone else with the outside too. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and pick 3 wagers all on deck here in the 3rd. They head out to the track. They'll break in 9.
Sir Leonard Dykert brings the horses onto the track for race number 3, the Guardian Wealth Strategies Dash. In this 3rd race, no scratches or jockey changes. We offer win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and a rolling pick 3. Race 3 in 7 minutes. Okay, Canterbury faithful, time for the power play tonight. We're going to sequence a pick 5 that closes with our final 5 races of the night. We want to find a pick 5 single. Everybody's always looking for it. It helps you find some long shots. In the other legs, it's race 10. It's number 2. It's Hightail Cowboy. Now, here's what we've got. We've got a horse that was claimed last time for a good barn. We've got a horse that's raced 5 times at Canterbury and finished 4 times in the top 2 placings. And, oh, by the way, our guy Harry Hernandez, top jockey, rides, and he's 50% for this barn. Now, you're going to look at the last race and say, well, it was the same level. He was favored, and he didn't get the job done. But he was co-favored, and he didn't have a good trip because he was badgered every step of the way by Direct Action, who's not in the race tonight. And I just really like the way this horse showed something to me in the stretch because they kind of tag team this horse. And you'll see, he's been already working real hard. Sub 24, sub 48, never got loose on the lead, which is what you want to do. And now he gets cooked by the 6 throughout most of the first half of the race, finally puts this 6 away. Now here comes the 2 to tackle him. The 2 is going to come put a little pressure on him now, and here comes the 7 inside. So just when he needs a breather, he doesn't get that breather. So mostly now horses are going to quit at this point, and they're going to back on out of there. Not this horse. This horse keeps digging, keeps fighting, and when this horse comes up on the rail on him, he thinks that's the guy he's got to hold off. He loses track of the 2, and at that point, the momentum of the 2, he surges right on by. But he kept fighting all the way to the wire and still finished a good second. It's a different scenario tonight. I don't see the kind of pace pressure that Hightail Cowboy had last time. Tonight we get loose. Tonight we take him all the way, and tonight we do it with Double H, Harry Hernandez. It's a pick 5 single. It's a horse you can crush on with me on the power play. Let's go. Before we get to any more horse racing talk, we need hula hoops. We need Angela Herman. Attention to the winner's circle right now. This should be fun.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We're down in the winner's circle for some trombone shorty tickets. It is time in the Mystic Lake winner's circle for our Very good. Now, which one of these ladies came out on top?
I think it's got to go to the birthday girl.
That's what it looked like to me. Congratulations. Happy birthday. You've won a pair of tickets to Trombone Shorty. And don't worry, sis, you can scratch off some of the beer money with that lottery scratcher. And thank you both for joining us down here, and have a wonderful rest of your birthday.
It is now post time, and they're in the gate. And they're racing. Another swift beginning, and Hell of the North pops out of the gate very nicely at 2-1 on the outside. Hell of the North, 1.5 from Dusty Ford. After that, I Think I Love You, looking to win 2 in a row. Amaretto D'Amore is about 5 lengths from the lead as Dusty Ford scoots through on the inside with a half mile to go, takes the lead, runs away by 1. Hell of the North is next. Then we come to Styling and Profiling. Sailing along quite stylishly, but sequestered and blocked by 4 equine athletes. After that, I Think I Love You. The one in last is Voodoo Fire. And now they clump up, and Eckleberry finds a way through with Sailing Along. And holy cow, Sailing Along sails right to the lead powerfully. Sailing Along, the People's Choice, puts 2.5 on the field. After that, we come back to Styling and Profiling, Amaretto D'Amore, and Dusty Ford. And they're all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed displayed by Sailing Along with Eckleberry. They absolutely dominate. Styling and Profiling finishes second. Amaretto D'Amore third. Number 1, Sailing Along first. 1564 is official. Superfecta, $28, despite a 4-5 shot on top. First pick 3, $9 and change. Exacta, $7.40. The trifecta, paid $10 and change. Race number 4 brings us back to the firm turf course. Scratch numbers 2, Graves Mill Road, and 4, Delft Blue. Race number 4 is about 22 minutes from now and is courtesy of Maker's Mark and makersmark.com.
So the 2, the 3, and the 9, those are 3 horses?
Yeah. 2, 3, 9, those are those jockeys.
In that order?
First win of the year for the filly Sailing Along into the winner's enclosure with Rye Eckleberry. The winning owner, Mike Grossman, and the winning trainer, Francisco Bravo. Sailing Along is a 4-year-old brown filly by Mr. Bezelou from the Silver Deputy Mare Moonlight Cruise. In the gate. And they're racing. Another swift beginning, and Hell of the North pops out of the gate very nicely at 2-1 on the outside. Hell of the North, 1.5 from Dusty Ford. After that, I Think I Love You, looking to win 2 in a row. Amaretto D'Amore is about 5 lengths from the lead as Dusty Ford scoots through on the inside with a half mile to go, takes the lead, runs away by 1. Hell of the North is next. Then we come to Styling and Profiling. Sailing Along is sailing along quite stylishly, but sequestered and blocked by 4 equine athletes. After that, I Think I Love You. The one in last is Voodoo Fire. And now they clump up, and Eckleberry finds a way through with Sailing Along. And holy cow, Sailing Along sails right to the lead powerfully. Sailing Along, the People's Choice, puts 2.5 on the field. After that, we come back to Styling and Profiling, Amaretto D'Amore, and Dusty Ford. And they're all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed displayed by Sailing Along with Eckleberry. They absolutely dominate. Styling and Profiling finishes second. Amaretto D'Amore third. There was a claim in race 3. Number 1, the winner, Sailing Along, claimed for $15,000, winning a 2-way shake for the victorious filly. Trainer Jose Silva Jr. for owner Michael Rosenmayer.
Well, Sailing Along lived up to the name, and once that horse found some room with Rye Eccleberry, it was sailing indeed to an easy win in race number 3. So kind of a formful start, but remember tonight you got to pace yourself here, people. We have 12 races. We have multiple pick 5s, so just kind of ease your way into this card. There are some great betting races as the card progresses, and I certainly circled this 4th race as one of those opportunities to hit a nice try or superfecta. Let's handicap this turf event. As you can see, a couple scratches with the 2 and the 4, but still 10 of them going a mile and a 16th on the turf, starting with the high-headed Club Mesquite. Carlo Lopez gets the call for Matt Williams. I'm a little surprised this horse is 30-1. I use this horse on my pick 4 and my pick 5, and I like the inside post. I think the turf races are kind of hinting that this horse fits at this level. The turf figures are just a little bit below some of the top contenders, but if you're going to give me 30-1, I'm going to pay attention, and I think this horse can hit the try or super as well. Got the horse 4th in my analysis on our website. Number 3 is Super Fortune, Constantino Roman for Cody Rosine. And boy, quietly, Cody Rosine's done a real nice job with his barn this year. They're clicking at over 20%. That is excellent in horse racing numbers. Little dip in class, touch of stalking speed, good turf rider, and you look up and you see 20-1. That's what makes this such a good betting race. That's a nice horse. That's a horse that you absolutely can mix into your exotic wagering. 5 is my top pick in the race, and I think in a crowded field with enough pace, I think Mark and Greeley's going to have enough real estate to do what he does best, and he's a closer that needs the distance, and a mile and a 16th I think suits him. He's never been worse than 3rd at this distance on the turf, and there's enough early speed with a couple of horses I'll talk about here momentarily where I think Zeke Laura can have this horse loaded for bear when they turn for home. Looks good down here in the paddock too. I've got Mark and Greeley right on top. 6 is a part of the pace. That's Mountain Pine, Eduardo Gallardo for Nevada Litvin. This horse can absolutely fly. If there was not other speed in the race, I would say this horse would have a big chance to take him all the way. Love the way he looks down here. He's got a healthy looking coat, nice looking racehorse getting legged up right there. The other speed though is right next door, and that's Devoted to You. Burnell Roan, Rye Eccleberry, very, very nice Minnesota bred with lots of speed. Never off the ticket on the Canterbury turf. I think they hook up at some point. I think they're both just a little too quick. Riviera Champ, the 8, doesn't have a lot of turf form, but does have a lot of speed. And oh, by the way, there's Crystal Conning, and her dad's in town from Australia, so that's also pretty cool. Cheering for her tonight to get a win at some point. 9 is Hold the Spice, another big closer. So if you're like me and you like the 5, you have to consider the 9. They're so similar in that they need this distance, and they're kind of pace dependent. And I just saw Harry Hernandez give me the look, and he's done that a couple times this year, and every time he gives you the look, he wins. So he likes his horse. Hold the Spice. Look for that big bunny rabbit to make some late noise in the stretch. Next in line is Where's Jordan. How about these connections? Sophia Barandella, David Miller. I saw them get their picture taken last night. Let's see if they can find the magic on back-to-back nights. Good luck to our friend David Miller. The 11's taking lots of cash. Go for Gold. Alonzo Quinones. Mike Beeler loves Canterbury. 7 for 11 in the top 3 on our turf course. I don't love the post, though. This horse will probably have to go wide, and so I'm going to take a stand here and say maybe another day or maybe use this horse underneath. The 12 is Knievel, Kelsey Haar, Nevada Litvin. The barn has been going good. The connections can bring in long shots, and you're going to get paid if you get the 12 inside the try or super, and I think it's possible because the horse has speed to overcome that very difficult post. What a great betting race this is. Love this. Right inside the pick 4 and early pick 5. It's a humdinger. It's on the turf. It's race 4, and it's all coming up and coming at you next.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 4th. Into the gate for the 4th. Closing the post-time pick 4. 3 of our first 4 have been on the turf. Go for Gold, 3-1. Hold the Spice, 3.5 to 1. Knievel goes in. 12 backs out. 12 moves in. They all set. And away they go. From the center, Devoted to You flies out of the gate, puts one on the field early. Riviera Champ from the 8 spot also showing speed. And Knievel from that evil outside barrier showing terrific speed at 10-1. And with 1 lap to go, Riviera Champ at 50-1 puts the head in front, pace hot. After that, Mountain Pine about 3 lengths from the lead. Club Mesquite saves ground around the turn, about 5 lengths out of it, as Riviera Champ continues to show the way. In fact, cuts clear by 1.5 lengths. After that, Go for Gold in the clear, 6 out of it, and about 3.5 clear from Super Fortune. Then we come back another 4 or 5 to Where's Jordan. Behind that one, Markin Greeley, and the white horse in last is Hold the Spice, last of a well-strung outfield, and they head into the far turn with 3.5 furlongs to travel. And inside, Riviera Champ continues to fight bravely. Devoted to You trying to put the head in front. Outside of that is Knievel a bit wide. Club Mesquite is right behind the leading 3. Then we come to Mountain Pine. Just had to check. Mountain Pine overtaken by Go for Gold. Then it's way back to Where's Jordan, running on from about 10 out of it. And to the inside of Super Fortune. Still nothing from Hold the Spice, but he is running on. And we have about 6 in a line into the final 250. Devoted to You grinding away. Here comes Markin Greeley with a big-time rush on the outside. Mark in Greeley and Mountain Pine slug it out with Club Mesquite. Mountain Pine fights back beautifully and wins. Mountain Pine at 3.5 to 1 fends the challenge of Markin Greeley in race 4. Photo finish and a claim. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 6, Mountain Pine. 6519 in race number 4. The Head Creeps purse. And the fourth race is official. Trifecta paid $106. 10-cent superfecta, $99. 6519. The 1-6 double, $7.10. Pick 3, $10.60. And the post time pick 4, $82.80. Race number 5 begins a pick 4 anew. It's only 50 cents. Scratch number 9, Mo Smoking, and 13, Dr. Z's Elsa, picked up by Rye Echoberry. Into the winner's circle, Mountain Pine and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owners, Nevada Litfin and Patrick Mooney. The winning trainer, Nevada Litfin. Race number 5 is courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. And today, with this live racing, we also have Summer of Horsepower F-150 giveaway. Make sure to activate your Summer of Horsepower entries before drawing time today. Visit the Summer of Horsepower kiosks on track level to activate. All set. And away they go. From the center, Devoted to You flies out of the gate, puts one on the field early. Riviera Champ from the 8 spot also showing speed. And Knievel from that evil outside barrier showing terrific speed at 10-1. And with 1 lap to go, Riviera Champ at 50-1 puts the head in front, pace hot. After that, Mountain Pine about 3 lengths from the lead. Club Mesquite saves ground around the turn, about 5 lengths out of it, as Riviera Champ continues to show the way. In fact, cuts clear by 1.5 lengths. After that, Gopher Gold in the clear, 6 out of it, and about 3.5 clear from Super Fortune. Then we come back another 4 or 5 to Where's Jordan. Behind that one, Markin Greeley, and the white horse in last is Hold the Spice, last of a well-strung outfield, and they head into the far turn with 3.5 furlongs to travel. And inside, Riviera Champ continues to fight bravely. Devoted to You trying to put the head in front. Outside of that is Knievel a bit wide. Club Mesquite is right behind the leading 3. Then we come to Mountain Pine. Just had to check. Mountain Pine overtaken by Gopher Gold. Then it's way back to Where's Jordan, running on from about 10 out of it. And to the inside of Super Fortune. Still nothing from Hold the Spice, but he is running on. And we have about 6 in a line into the final 250. Devoted to You grinding away. Here comes Markin Greeley with a big-time rush on the outside. Markin Greeley and Mountain Pine slug it out with Club Mesquite. Mountain Pine fights back beautifully and wins. Mountain Pine at 3.5-1 fends the challenge of Markin Greeley in race 4.
Welcome to the press box. Kevin Gorg alongside Miss Angela Herman. And the pick 4 with that great $23,000 carryover was very formful. We saw a 5-2 and a 7-2 sandwiched by a couple of gimmies at below your money, but it's still for 50 cents paid almost $100. So that's the value in the game. Now we have the pick 5 that we're chewing on, the early one. We've still got a late pick 5. And I still think, Angela, if you look at this race card, the better betting races are in front of us, and I think this might be one of them.
Oh, yeah. I agree. And you don't get any 2-year-old turf form to speak of in here, and you get a full field. Now, we changed the rider on number 13, Dr. Z's Elsa, to Rye Eccleberry and scratch the 9. Neither of those changes really clear up the picture, but did you expect to see a 3-2 favorite in the 5th?
No. And I've got the 3 horse on top, and I think it's the most likely winner. It's probably the easiest way to go because a lot of these horses don't have race experience or much of it. This horse is already a proven commodity, but that's on dirt, and this is on turf. So I do think this race is opened up for some crazy exotics. If you look for long shots, this might be a good spot.
Well, I agree, and I don't use Facciabella. I wouldn't be surprised if Facciabella wins. But like you said, I guess maybe the only good thing about taking the easy way out in this group is that it's easy. I tried to dig for something a little bit deeper, and I'm getting 5-1 on Honeycrisp. I think that's maybe the most that I'm going to get on her. They're 2 for 4 at the meet. That is Harry and Chris Richard together with first-time starters. The only other horse that they teamed up on ran 3rd. And from the looks, at least the gate drills, this horse has been working with Scatamaran. And Scatamaran was extremely quick at first asking, even though it only lasted 4.5 furlongs. I think that 5 on the turf might be right up Honeycrisp's alley, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her get the lead on these from about a few strides out of the gate.
Yeah, I think she's got some talent. I love that Harry Hernandez is signed on to ride. I've got the 5 second in my analysis. The wild card for me is the 10. I'm intrigued by this horse, and I know we're going to get a price. And I love a horse with Zeke Laura that has some natural ability and some natural speed. It's the 3rd career start. It's Valerie Lund, who has brought some nice prices in this summer at Canterbury. And if you're looking for a win better, right now for me, they're overbetting my 3. I have to use your 5 in the exotics, but I'm getting double digits on Russian to the Wire. That's where I'm focused right now. I haven't yet seen the horse in the paddock. We're waiting to see all these youngsters come by us, but I think the 10 is super intriguing.
I agree. She's on my ticket, as is the one that you see on screen, my top pick, who debuts with blinkers. That's interesting to note. Russian to the Wire dueled with a couple of horses last time and kept up for a good part of the way. Now, they weren't the quickest fractions in the world, but it was a good track, and she actually outlasted the other 2 that she dueled with. A couple of closers came at the end, but Russian to the Wire still ran pretty well in defeat. I'm sure they put this horse on the turf to try to mimic another Coast Guard colt that they've had in this stable named Satellite Storm, who turned out to be an excellent turf sprinter. The one that's interesting to me, as far as taking a ton of early money, is the 8. You can see she was 9-2 a second ago. Now she's just been knocked down to 4-1. That's Get Out of My Kitchen. And she's essentially a homebred for the Silver Wing stable. Her trainer, when she retired the dam, as Julie Darlin, was the breeder, John Gerbis. But this one's a half-to-test pilot. I know the Palace Malice isn't like an overwhelming turf influence or anything, but she took money at first asking, even though it came off the turf. She's got the pedigree, test pilot 1, sprinting on turf, and some good works to go with it. Alonso Quinones stays aboard off an 18-length defeat. I guess that would explain the money, but do you think that we can maybe get this horse up to around 8-9-1?
I think the horse will drift back up closer to 7 or 8-1. The horse has some speed. I don't mind the bloodlines for the turf. And, yeah, I think this is a very, very fun race to handicap because these are future stars. These are young horses with so much upside. And, listen, I've got the 3 on top. It's the most likely winner, in my opinion. But this horse should not be below 5-2 in a race like this. I just think there's way too much balance. Keep that in mind when you're making your bets. And this is a race where you absolutely can throw some crazy numbers in the trifecta and superfecta. I'll give you one last horse to consider, and that's the 13. Miguel Angel Silva, so good in spots like this. You get Rye Eccleberry in a fill-in role, which is spectacular, and you get, I think, good enough bloodlines. The dam is, her sire was Kitten's Joy, which is maybe as good as it gets on the grass in this country. So 13 is one of those goofballs that could hit the ticket as well. Love this race.
Yeah, it's a really fun race to handicap, and I'm going to try to beat the 3. A couple of us are as well. Not going to be the easiest task in the world, as Facciabella has a lot in her corner. We'll find out in 8 minutes who is going to break their maiden in this 5 furlong turf dash. It does start off another 50-cent pick 4, pick 3s, doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers, all available in this full field of 12. These young ladies head out to the track right now. I'll be back after Lynn Dykert does his thing and the post parade to talk pick 4.
Thank you.
A pick four anew begins here in the fifth. It'll start off in 4 minutes with that turf dash, and Kevin and I went pretty in-depth on a lot of the horses that are on my ticket. After getting a look at them on the track, I can't report too much in the negative. Manhattan Cherry is hot. She did make the best impression in the post parade, and looking at Rush into the Wire, she's got some frame to her. I think that this filly might grow into that a little better next year. Maybe a little more distance for her. Get Out of My Kitchen is a stout little horse, and I think that she'll be suited to this 5 furlong turf dash very well. I used 2, 5, 7, 8, and 10. But again, you see Manhattan Cherry on the screen right now, just not giving off the best impression on track, I have to be honest. Minnesota Nice is my single in race number 6. She looks like she'll get a good ground-saving trip from just off the pace, and Minnesota Nice is 2 for 3, doing what she's being asked to do tonight on the main track. Simple as that. We go 6-10 in race number 7. This one was tricky. We get a jock change on Moonshine Moxie, my top choice, but I think that Zeke Laura will fit her just fine. 6.5 is the key with her. Moonshine Moxie just loves this distance, and she manages to keep herself close to the pace. I think that'll be important with probably the pace setters being to her inside, that being Cougar, Chaw, and Tiz Wonderfully. If Moonshine Moxie can relax and get a jump on some of the deep closers in there, it really looks like an excellent setup for both her and Brahms Is Who, the other filly that I used on the ticket. In race number 8, we're going to try to beat Public Safety. I think this horse is going to take a lot of money, as is Happy Hour Bobby. It's not the easiest thing in the world to pass on this main track at the moment, but given a field of 12 and his affinity already shown for it, I thought the Warrior Boss was in an excellent spot, and he is my pick for the night, my play of the day. I don't think we'll get a huge price on him, but you'll get a better price on Silver Dash, who's now ridden by Alonzo Quinones. Both of these should be coming from off the pace. Warrior Boss showed a little bit more propensity to sprint earlier in his career against a higher caliber of horse, so I give him the nod, but both look like they're in a good pace setup in the 8th. That's a $10 ticket. You have 2 minutes to make your own, and a very contentious race to kick things off. Good luck. Now we throw it down to the track. Megan, you've got a pump to race to.
Thanks, Angela. We are down here in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle about to watch our contestants Adam and Sean on their horses ready to race to the Quick Trip Pump for their chance to win a $20 Quick Trip Rewards card. Now, are our contestants ready? Mount your steed. Ready, set, go! And they're off, and they're committing to it. They're galloping and galloping. Oh, no. He's taking the horse out between his legs. All right. Looks like Sean is our winner. And both of our bachelors today will be going home with prizes, including a Quick Trip $20 gift card. Thank you both so much for playing. Back to you guys in the press box.
It is now post time for the fifth race. Maidens on the turf, and they dash. Get out of my kitchen, 2.5 to 1, receiving a majority of the late win wagering. Bella, 9 to 5. Honey Crisp debuts, and that filly goes in. Here is Chaparrita to enter the center. Trying to get Alice Josephine in, and she responds. Sweet Crystal and Dr. Z's Elsa. Last two. Ooh. Number 4, Nellie 2, has flung Kelsey, and she rejoins.
Cross. I know. That's it. Yeah, Jock's on. We're on here, boss. We got one back. Come on, Miguel, load.
Dr. Z's Elsa, last in line. Here come the baby girls, and they're racing. Sweet Crystal came out in sweet fashion, and so did Banji Go to the inside. Also showing good speed is Faccia Bella, and the early pace is crackling. After that, Get Out of My Kitchen on the 3 wide side. Between them is Russian to the Wire. That one's just 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead, and about 5 clear from Manhattan Cherry. That one is mid-pack, a length clear from Chaparrita. The firster, Honey Crisp, is advancing 10 lengths from the speed battle as they approach the top of the lane. Then it's Dr. Z's Elsa. That one is joined by Izzy's Monster. Between them is Nelly 2. Way back in last, Alice Josephine into the final 250. Faccia Bella slugs it out with Banji Go, and that's it for Get Out of My Kitchen. Faccia Bella and Banji Go to the inside at 20-1, and the upset is on. Pay the one at 20-1. Banji Go. And the 5th race is official. That trifecta paid $197 for 50 cents. Superfecta $294.45. The 6-1 double $118. Pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5, $88. $68.50 for the exacta. Big fields, big payoffs, big league racing are right out here at the park. Race number 6 is the Iron Gland Purse. Number 2, Sundance Star, picked up by Alonso Quinones. Number 9, Ort's Dream, now ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. Scratch number 11, Sweet Laura. Race 6 is only 22 minutes from now. Bet more, win more. Now entering the winner's circle, number 1, Banjigo and Carlo Lopez, achieving the elite edge in race 5. Banjigo is owned by Harry Richardson and the winning trainer, Matt Williams. Race number 6, 20 minutes from now, courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery. Here come the baby girls, and they're racing. Sweet Crystal came out in sweet fashion, and so did Banji Go to the inside. Also showing good speed is Faccia Bella, and the early pace is Crackling. After that, Get Out of My Kitchen on the 3 wide side. Between them is Russian to the Wire. That one's just 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead, and about 5 clear from Manhattan Cherry. That one is mid-pack, a length clear from Chaparrita. The firster, Honey Crisp, is advancing 10 lengths from the speed battle as they approach the top of the lane. Then it's Dr. Z's Elsa. That one is joined by Izzy's Monster. Between them is Nelly 2. Way back in last, Alice Josephine. Into the final 250. Faccia Bella slugs it out with Banji Go. And that's it for Get Out of My Kitchen. Faccia Bella and Banji Go to the inside at 20-1. And the upset is on Pay the One at 20-1. Banji Go.
A Thursday staple at Canterbury with the live music, and this is our final Thursday of the season. So soak it all up on this beautiful fall night. We sail on to race number 6, 1 mile, fillies and mares, claimers at the $20,000 tag. Scratch the also eligible horse number 11. Put Eduardo Gallardo on the 9. And that's a good look at my top pick in the race, prancing through the paddock. That's Minnesota Nice. Double H, Harry Hernandez gets the call for Mike Beeler. Both have wins on the card. I like the inside post. I like the versatility this horse has because she's got enough speed to stay close early, but she's got some kick in the stretch. Now, she's a Minnesota bred. She faced state breds last time out, so some would call it a move up in class slightly here to face Open Company, but I think she's very well spotted down inside. Put Alonso Quinones on the 2, Sundance Star. Back-to-back second-place finishes against similar competition. Really good closing kick. Now, if you're going to build some trifectas and superfectas, note this. 10 starts at Canterbury, 7 for 10 in the trifecta. So this horse loves it here and is a fair price up on the board. Number 3 is Make Me Believe with Sophia Barandella for Mac Robertson. Stretches out after a turf sprint last time. Her most recent dirt effort was back in June. It was a wire-to-wire winner at 6.5 furlongs. A bullet work in tow. You have to think that they're going to go to the lead here or show some speed and be a part of it. Make Me Believe is a square 5-1. 4 is Icy Will Burn You for Kat Betford. Crystal Conning gets the call. A second-place finish against Softer last time at 9-1. Should sit far off the pace here and try to make one run when they turn for home. Miss Dutton is the 5. Kelsey Haar for Bobby Klein comes off a good-looking maiden win last time at 4-1. Just cruised to victory. The logical step up in class, and certainly with a little bit of improvement, Miss Dutton can be a contender here at double-digit odds. 6 is War Music. Now, here's an interesting horse. Zeke Laura gets the call. Larry Donlin is the trainer. And I'm a little surprised by the price because this is one of the few horses in here that's not exiting other claiming races or maiden races. This horse has been facing straight allowance types. Now, others would argue that she's finished 8th, 6th, and 7th, but I think that's significantly tougher competition. I think the 6 is a very, very live long shot in this race and will be on all my exotic tickets for certain. 7 has speed. It's Shaman's Prodigy, Constantino Roman for Jonathan Wong. Exit off maiden win, going shorter, has that early speed in a crowded field. Speed can absolutely be a weapon. There's a good look at the 8, Madisonian. Brucey Reekin's charge. The hood comes off. Miguel Arroyo, the pilot, deep closer, will need that speed to back up. There's the 9, Ort's Dream. Gallardo gets the call here for the Lawrence gang. Third time off the layoff. Hasn't shown much of late. Will need to improve significantly to contend here. Number 10 is With Her Boots On for the Silva gang. Carlo Lopez gets the call. Big closer in great form. Back-to-back seconds. In fact, last time out, if you like the 1, you better consider the 10. Was flying late to just miss against Minnesota Nice. Good-looking cast of claimers here going 1 mile on our fast main track. I've got Minnesota Nice for the Butzos on top. Who do you like? Time to get your bets in right now. And don't forget, we've got 12 races tonight. A little later in the card, the late pick 5 cranks up. There is the list of handicapper selections. We wish you the best of luck here in race number 6. The call to the post is next.
Hello again, Canterbury Park. Your lucky day. It's your lucky day, Michelle, because you get to ride the bus for some prizes down here in the Mystic Lake Winter Circle. So there's 3 rounds to ride the bus, and I know that Megan has explained them to you, but for anyone else who is unfamiliar with the game, Ride the Bus, in the first round, you have to guess the color of the card. In the second round, you have to guess whether that second card is higher or lower than your first one. And then for the third round, you have to guess if the third card is in between those 2 cards numerically or outside of those 2 cards numerically. So, if you win, you're going to get a Minnesota Lottery scratch off, and might give you another chance if you don't get to ride the bus successfully the first time, but I have faith in you, Michelle. Have you ever played this before?
I have not.
All right, so round 1, is it red or is it black?
Red.
Is it red? It is. It is. Well done. Okay, round 1 down. All right, that was a jack of diamonds. Now, the next card is higher or lower than the jack?
Lower.
Lower than a jack. Yes, it is. It's the 9 of clubs. Well, that makes round 3 not easy, but easier than we've seen in the past. Do you think that it's between a 9 and a jack or outside of a 9 and a jack?
Outside.
Okay, is it outside of a 9 or a jack? It is. My goodness. Well done. You made that look very easy. Congratulations. You've won a scratch off. Compliments of our friends at the Minnesota State Lottery. And I have to know, do you have a pick for this upcoming 6th race?
I do not.
That's all right. That's okay. Hey, you're a winner. You're a winner. Excellent job, and thank you for joining me down here. Good luck the rest of your night.
Thank you.
It's post time. Madisonian goes in. Minnesota nice, 6-5 and favored. Two back. And one out with their boots on. 3.5 to 1, last in line. Good luck if you are closing a pick 5. Another big field. They're in the gate. And they're racing. Make Me Believe tries to gain the elite edge in the early stages of race number 6 and pops out of the starting gate with good speed. But it's Ort's Dream firing up to the outside, and Ort's Dream at 80 to 1 wants the lead, and by golly gets it. After that, Icy Will Burn You about 5 lengths from the hot early pace. Then we come to War Music after that. Minnesota Nice beginning to advance 8 lengths from the lead as they head up the barn side. Race 6 at Canterbury Park. Then we come back to Miss Dutton trying to win 2 in a row from 13 lengths out of it. Miss Dutton has been overtaken by With Her Boots On and joined by Sundance Star. Then it's a massive gap back to Shaman's Prodigy. That one would have to win 2 in a row from 16 lengths out of it. Into the far turn, and Ort's Dream and Eduardo Gallardo lead it by 2, about to be 3. Make Me Believe shaken up and desperately trying to cut into the margin, and is doing so. Minnesota Nice guided to the outside by the leading rider and is joined by War Music, and they are 4 clear from Miss Dutton. Around about the quarter pole, there goes Make Me Believe, and Make Me Believe is trying to pay the believers at 5 to 1. Minnesota Nice wants to win 2 in a row, and the favorite is bearing down on Make Me Believe. They're into the final furlong. Make Me Believe, Minnesota Nice. Behind them, the gray War Music. Make Me Believe trying to turn away this favored Minnesota Nice and doing a wonderful job, and Make Me Believe and Sophia Barandella get all the money. Three, Make Me Believe. First. 3, 1, 6, 5. And race 6, the A Little Bitter Purse is official. Exacta 15 and change, 50-cent trifecta, 67.95. 10-cent superfecta, 3165, paid 138 for a dime. The 1-3 double, fat, 294. Pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6, 605.80. The pick 5 paid 2,336. That last pick 5 paid $2,300. We have a second pick 5 beginning with race 8. Up next, race 7. Number 6, Moonshine Moxie, picked up by Zeke Laura. And number 12, In to Win, is ridden by Kelsey Haar. Post time for race 7, 22 minutes from now. As the victorious filly, Make Me Believe, receives a well-deserved bath for her toil. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Make Me Believe and Sophia Barandella. Make Me Believe is owned by John Mentz and Hugh Robertson, the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. With that victory, Mac is 2 clear of trainer Joel Burnt for champion trainer during the 2022 season. We have 19 races remaining in 2022 at Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Make Me Believe tries to gain the elite edge in the early stages of race number 6 and pops out of the starting gate with good speed. But it's Ort's Dream firing up to the outside, and Ort's Dream at 80-1 wants the lead, and by golly gets it. After that, Icy Will Burn Ya, about 5 lengths from the hot early pace. Then we come to War Music after that. Minnesota Nice beginning to advance 8 lengths from the lead as they head up the barn side. Race 6 at Canterbury Park. Then we come back to Miss Dutton trying to win 2 in a row from 13 lengths out of it. Miss Dutton has been overtaken by With Her Boots On and joined by Sundance Star. Then it's a massive gap back to Shaman's Prodigy. That one would have to win 2 in a row from 16 lengths out of it. Into the far turn, and Ort's Dream and Eduardo Gallardo lead it by 2, about to be 3. Make Me Believe shaken up and desperately trying to cut into the margin and is doing so. Minnesota Nice guided to the outside by the leading rider and is joined by War Music, and they are 4 clear from Miss Dutton. Around about the quarter pole, there goes Make Me Believe, and Make Me Believe is trying to pay the believers at 5-1. Minnesota Nice wants to win 2 in a row, and the favorite is bearing down on Make Me Believe. They're into the final furlong. Make Me Believe, Minnesota Nice. Behind them, the gray War Music. Make Me Believe trying to turn away this favored Minnesota Nice and doing a wonderful job. And Make Me Believe and Sophia Barandella get all the money. righty, here's what you need to know about the Chaser this evening. The penultimate day of racing for Canterbury Park in 2022 is a couple of very important people are watching. We want to say hello to James O with Elite Edge, watching from Northern California. And also Jockey Jermaine Bridgemahan is watching us right now. Jermaine, what's going on? He was involved in a spill yesterday, and he's not able to be here, which gets us to the Chaser portion of the equation. Now, from a chasing standpoint, your announcer is absolutely getting buried tonight. Always nice to call races when it's very close to the wire and they're losing by that much, but that's okay because the A topic involves this. This is the Silks room at Canterbury Park, okay? It's in the jockeys room. And about 30 minutes before every race day, we pray before the jockeys head out. The riders you see here would include Constantino Roman, Lindy Wade, our leading rider Harry Hernandez, and Jermaine Bridgemahan. Now, this race is going to be in honor of Jermaine Bridgemahan. And what we're going to do is we're going to take Constantino Roman with a ride straight from the book of Roman, Lindy Wade, and our leading man Harry Hernandez. And we're going to do a $20 exacta box with the Chaser's real money. And after we hit this, we're going to start up some type of fund for Jermaine, who may not be riding for a while. So, Jermaine, we miss you, man, and we love you. And here's the exacta box for Jermaine Bridgemahan with Roman, Wade, and Harry Hernandez. $10 exacta box, 4-5-11. Let's get lucky with this Chaser.
All right, horses in the paddock now for our seventh event. Looks like a wonderful betting opportunity. A nice upset. Mac Robertson now leads by 2. Sophia Barandella gets the money at 5-1 in the 6th. I thought this race, you could go a lot of different directions. Anytime you see a race at 6.5 furlongs with a full boat of 12, the first thing I look at is the pace. In a race like this, horses that come from off the pace tend to have an advantage at Canterbury because that extra half furlong can be legitimately pretty pesky. So I look at the 3 Cha, very fast. The 5 Tiz Wonderfully, very fast. But really outside of that, not a lot of speed. A lot of horses that have gone longer and a lot of horses that have closing kicks. So you can make a case for those speed balls to maybe hang around. I thought the 2 Cougar would be an interesting upset option here. Can save all the ground, has good stalking speed. The 1 is a horse that's likely going to be further back off the pace. I think the 2 can tuck in and be in a very good position here. Keep that in mind with your exactas, tries, and supers. Right now, 12-1 on Cougar, who I've got second in my analysis. I think this horse makes an awful lot of sense in this spot. The horse I landed on, though, is the horse we're looking at right now. I like the 6, Moonshine Moxie. Another horse that projects to sit right behind the speed. And I mentioned there's a couple of speed balls in here, but I think the horses that can press the pace like that Big Gray should be in a good attack position when they turn for home. The horse that's taken all the money, at least early, is the 5, Tiz Wonderfully. Harry Hernandez, lots of early speed. But I think the presence of the 3 Cha is going to be difficult on Tiz Wonderfully. If they hook up, then I think they can both be compromised. If one of them can edge clear, then you might be in business. A couple other horses to consider that are long shot prices. I'll start with number 10, Brahms Is Who. 5-1 morning line set by a professional. Right now we're at double digits. A closer, in good form, for a barn that's won at a nice percentage, and a horse that's done very well at Canterbury. 11 starts, 3 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. I think the 10, who beat my top pick, Moonshine Moxie, last time out, is a very, very value-laden play. And right now we're looking at 10-1 odds on the 10. So I'm going to have the 6 on top. but I am going to mix in the 2 and the 10 all over my exotic tickets. The 3 and 5 are the speed of the race. If either one gets clear, they're going to hang around. And the last horse I'll give you to consider is the 12. Going to be a big price. It's Kelsey Haar. I don't love the post. She'll likely have to go wide, but I do think the 12 can get a piece of this. So I'm going to box them up. Key the 6, the 2, and probably that 10 horse on the top side of my trifectas and try to get some bombs underneath. I love this race. I think it's one of the best betting races of the night. 6.5 furlongs, fillies and mares. And don't forget, race 8, the race right after this one, starts our late pick 5 with a 10% takeout. I've got a $60 ticket built and ready to rock and roll for that. There is a lot of racing left. We are halfway home only on this Thursday night. There are the grid of selections from the experts. Good luck with your wagering. We'll be back to take you through race 8 and that late pick 5.
As Kevin said, we have a lot of card to go, but when it comes down to the late double and maybe a horse that you want to throw into your late pick 4, I've got one in race number 11. He's going to be a price, and his name is Big League Benny. Big League Benny hasn't had the best season of his life. It's okay. He's a 20-start 5-year-old, and Big League Benny has done very well going 6.5 furlongs. That's the distance he's going to go today. He's only missed the board twice. He's made a good part of his lifetime earnings going 6.5 furlongs much earlier in his career. Now, he does come off 2-mile races. He lost to the same horse. Yak has been pretty good at this level this year. That's okay. If you find a horse that's hot at the level, like we hope he'll heat up, sometimes you just have to settle for second or third, and that's what he's done. He's been trending in the right direction while going a little bit longer. Now, Big League Benny is ridden by Constantino Roman and trained by Bernal Roan. These are Bernal Roan's numbers up top when he's cutting horses back over the last 5 years. 8 for 50, but most importantly, you can see a flat bet profit, and usually they go off at some sort of price. Now, using Constantino Roman has not been fruitful yet as far as wins go, but they've only had 3 horses together over the last few years, and they've hit the board with all 3 of them. Of course, 2 of those have been Big League Benny. The other one was down at Hawthorne, but they're always a good price when they do team up, and they're teaming up again tonight with this 10-1 morning line shot, Big League Benny. We're going to watch his last race, not his last race, sorry, 2 races back when he did close in on the outside. He made a steady run behind Yak, but it's one that might lead you to think that maybe a tad less ground would suit Big League Benny as it has in the past. That's him on the outside, and he is coming on steadily at the end. It doesn't look like he's exactly looking for more ground to deal with. He's passing up more tired horses than anything. However, Big League Benny has run well over our track in the past. Again, 6.5 suits him well. With all of the profitable angles going with him, we think that he's one that you should add in at a price, and Big League Benny is the angle in the 11th. We have our 8 p.m. drawing winners up on screen right now. This is for the truck. Marif Tedla, Bill Bardal, Scott Badger, Rodney Davis, and Ron Hafner, our 8 p.m. winners. Please report to the MVP Rewards booth right now to get qualified to win that truck.
at the starting gate. It's race time. Second half of the 12-piece. Saturday, closing day, 4 o'clock. Massive fields. Terrific value-oriented opportunities. About ready to go 6.5. And they're racing. And Tiz Wonderfully came out of the gate wonderfully. So did Cougar in the queue. Cougar in the queue, the white horse on the inside with really good early speed. It's 2-5 in the early stages. Into Win and Kelsey right in the thick of it. And between them is Cha. And in fact, Cha is the joint second and now joining the white horse Cougar. And we have a three-pronged battle for the lead. Into Win puts the blinkers in front. Behind them is I Know Your Face, about 4 or 5 lengths out of it. After that, Nora's Legacy, a length clear from second to Grace, who's beginning to run on. Then we come to Moonshine Moxie. Meanwhile, Into Win at 11-1 is kicked clear by 2. Way back to Casilla, 12 lengths out of it, overtaken by She's Extremely Hot. Then we come to Brahms's Who, and in last is Bonita Rapids. The 8-year-old is 15 out of it. They come to the top of the stretch. Into Win, trying to win, and now joined by Tiz Wonderfully to the outside. Behind them is Cougar. After that, we come to Nora's Legacy. Not tonight for second Grace. Here comes Minnesotan Nora's Legacy with a rush at 14-1. Nora's Legacy established in the winner's circle. Number 7, Nora's Legacy, with an upset. 7-5 and a photo for the show. We had a claim in race number 7, a $4,000 claim. Number 12, Into Win, was claimed by Carl Broberg for End Zone Athletics. Number 12, Into Win, claimed Broberg End Zone. Seven, 5, 12, 1. Oh. Official. Exacta 46 and change. 10-cent superfecta $260. Double 106. Pick 3 on races 5 through 7. 1,733. Trifecta 304.45. Fireworks with these payoffs basically all night right out here at the park. 8th race, 22 minutes from now. Number 5, Silver Dash, picked up by Alonso Quinones. And number 10, Ray's Angel, ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. Now entering the winner's enclosure, it is Nora's Legacy and Rye Eccleberry. Nora's Legacy is owned by Lori Bravo and Dale Shenian. The winning trainer, Francisco Bravo. Lori and Dale bred Nora's Legacy in Minnesota. The mare is a 5-year-old Dark Bay daughter of Fed Biz. Out of the Street Cry mare, Street Reflection. We thank Loeffler for 2022 sponsorship, the Upper Midwest's largest privately owned business technology and service provider. Post time for race number 8, 20 minutes from now. And with the 8th race, we begin the pick 5, the second tonight. The first paid about $2,700. Pick the winners of races 8 through 12 with the 50-cent wager and hit that pick 5. Go 6.5, and they're racing. And Tiz Wonderfully came out of the gate wonderfully. So did Cougar in the queue. Cougar in the queue, the white horse on the inside with really good early speed. It's 2-5 in the early stages. Into Win and Kelsey right in the thick of it, and between them is Cha. And in fact, Cha is the joint second and now joining the white horse Cougar. And we have a 3-pronged battle for the lead. Into Win puts the blinkers in front. Behind them is I Know Your Face, about 4 or 5 lengths out of it. After that, Nora's Legacy, a length clear from second to Grace, who's beginning to run on. Then we come to Moonshine Moxie. Meanwhile, Into Win at 11-1 is kicked clear by 2. Way back to Casilla, 12 lengths out of it, overtaken by She's Extremely Hot. Then we come to Brahms's Who, and in last is Bonita Rapids. The 8-year-old is 15 out of it. They come to the top of the stretch. Into Win, trying to win, and now joined by Tiz Wonderfully to the outside. Behind them is Cougar. After that, we come to Nora's Legacy. Not tonight for second Grace. Here comes Minnesotan Nora's Legacy with a rush at 14-1. Nora's Legacy established in the winner's circle.
right, Canterbury faithful, it's time for that late pick 5. It's hard to believe we still have 5 great races, but we do, and what an opportunity with the 10% takeout pick 5. Here's my pick 5 ticket. It's a $60 ticket. Another big field like we saw last race, another potentially big payoff, and I'm going to spread big time. 1, 4, 5, 8, and 10 are my horses in this race. My top pick is the 5, who figures to be a price, Alonso Quinones on Silver Dash. Race 9, I only need 3. I'm going to use 4, 8, and 9. I'm going to take a stand against what I think will be one of the favorites in Prize Fighter. And I'm going to use Master Red and the 2 Mac Robertson horses to the outside. The rubber meets the road in race 10. We talked about it in our Power Play segment. That's my single, Hightail Cowboy. He's lone speed. It's Harry Hernandez. Enough said. Now, if we get through those first 3 legs, which will be quite the task with these big fields, now it gets interesting. 3, 5, 6, and 8 will be our horses in race 11. The 8 at 8-1 is my top pick. I think there's a lot of potential for value there. Hope to be alive to the 12th, where I really like 2 horses, the 2 Calzone and the 3 Aries Reigns. I really like those 2 horses. I want to be alive to those 2. 1, 4, 5, 8, 10, 4, 8, 9 with 2, with 3, 5, 6, 8, with 2 and 3. That is my late pick 5. It's a $60 ticket. You can modify it, or you can just play my ticket and we can cash together. I think this has the potential to pay real nice tonight. Now we got to handicap this race. We talked about the big field. We talked about the potential for big prices. And the first horse I'm going to talk about is the 1, Public Safety, who comes off a nice win against similar competition. Now, the inside post is no bargain. He'll have to navigate through some traffic. I trust Carlo Lopez to get it done. The horse is in good form. And there is a lot of speed in this race, primarily from the 4, Happy Hour Bobby, and the 10, Ray's Angel. Blaine Bishop might intensify that pace. I think the fractions are going to be more than honest, and I think that could lead to a horse like Public Safety sitting on the inside, saving all that ground, and making a big run late. Let's talk about the favorite. He's taken a lot of money. Well, actually, he was favored. Now he's second choice, and that's the 4, Happy Hour Bobby. He is super talented. He is super fast. Harry Hernandez stays right here. We get a nice breezing workout last week, and we get a horse that's going to try to shake loose. If the 4 can shake loose of the 10, then I think the 4 is going to be in a great position to take him all the way. He's faced better competition. Of all the horses in this race, he's probably faced the toughest, and I think he's a major player in this race. I just didn't think he'd be a great price. Next door to him is the 5, Silver Dash. That's my top pick in the race. There you see the good-looking gray in the saddling enclosure. You know, last time out, he ran very poorly. He went off at 7-5 odds, and he didn't run a step. In fact, he was beaten soundly by Warrior Boss, who's the 8 in this race. But that was a muddy track, and that was a mile. And I know we claimed it off of Broberg here, so that can be pesky. But it's a good barn. I think the shorter distance helps him, and it's another horse that I think will sit off what could be a very fast pace. I think Silver Dash has every chance to turn the tables here on Warrior Boss, and I'll try him at a nice mutual price here of 7-1 so far. Warrior Boss is the 8, and really, come post time, this is the horse that I think everybody's going to have on their tickets, and rightfully so. He's done nothing wrong this year at Canterbury. He's been running his races and running quite nicely. You get Rye Eccleberry. He just won a race at 14-1. I think he gets a similar trip to what we saw last race, sitting mid-pack and pouncing. Look at this horse's numbers at Canterbury. Warrior Boss has tried the main track here 19 times, 5 wins. 5 seconds, 3/3. That's incredible. Very, very consistent type. If you're going to build a trifecta or superfecta, I find it impossible not to have this horse somewhere on your tickets. Right now, holding in there at a decent price. I think he goes off somewhere in the neighborhood of 2-1 because it's a crowded field. And I think Warrior Boss, who Paul Allen and Angela Herman both have, looks like the most likely winner of this race. I am going to talk about Ray's Angel, the 10, just a little bit because I looked long and hard when I handicapped this race at this horse's past performances for Karen Offerman. Troy Bethke trains, Gallardo rides. He's looking for a second win on the card. And even though the 4 is in here and the 4 is super fast, this horse has talent, and this horse, with his natural speed, is going to likely be sitting right out there poised to pounce. If he can somehow conserve his energy, like the 4, he's faced some really good competition. Flattered by the fact that the horse he lost to last time, Roman Farrow, came back to win. I think Ray's Angel is another one of those long shots that maybe can outrun those odds. And right now those odds are 22-1. Horses now in the paddock. We get a good look at these equine athletes. There's my 5. He's a good-looking gray. He'll be pace dependent, but again, a lot like Warrior Boss, they're going to have a similar trip here. And one of those horses is going to be 2-1. One will likely be 6 or 7-1. I went with the higher price. We get Alonso Quinones. There's a good look at our horse, Silver Dash. I think he's got a shot here. I really do. I like him. I'm going to mix in some goofballs underneath, including Ray's Angel, the 10. I think he is sneaky. And I'm going to go back to Public Safety, who went by us a little earlier. I thought the one horse looked very, very good here, coming out of the saddling enclosure and coming into the paddock. So it's a great betting race. It's one of those races where, yes, we've got to play that pick 5 ticket. We've got to get the pick 5 going. But also, this is a race where you can hone in on that trifecta or superfecta and look for some big, big payoffs. We've got another pick 4 as well, starting in race 9. So keep that in your holster. And I want to wish all the contestants that are moving down to the winner's circle right now looking for that truck. These are some of our greatest racetrack supporters and players that have earned the chance to win that drawing, and they've got a chance at a truck. They've got to pick the lucky horse. They've heard my opinion. I want to hear theirs. I'm a good personal friend of Bill Bardall's. Of course, we all know Mr. Hafner, so it's going to be fun to see how that truck plays out here. That's the race within the race here at Canterbury in this final week of racing. We get to see who the contestants have to try to walk away with a truck tonight. That's just like winning the pick 5, only better. So congrats on being a part of that. That's incredible. The contest rolls on. If you're a part of that big contest that Jeff Medea is running, our good friend Bruce Myers, the Oracle, in the top contention right now. I think he's in the top 5 as we speak. He got off to a great start early on this race card, and it's kind of been riding along at a nice, profitable spot. So lots going on at Canterbury. The final 5 races of our Thursday programs this year are right now, and you got a 10% takeout pick 5 staring you right down in the face. The post time pick 4 is one more time next Saturday. Saturday we have 13 races. We have 5 more tonight. 18 more for 2022. Who do you like in the 8th? Awesome betting opportunity. Get your bets in, and good luck with the pick 5 and all your bets in the 8th.
So basically, you don't want the 6 or 4. Let me get down. Let me get 11 for sure. You don't want a queen. Oh, these guys can win.
We're down in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle now for the finale of our Summer of Horsepower giveaway. Somebody in this winner's circle is going to leave here with a truck. So this is how it's going to work. They've laid out cards here from an ace through a 10, a jack to represent the 11, and a queen to represent the 12. Those are the 12 runners in our 8th race field. Max Tudla, Bill Bardall, Scott Badger, Rodney Davis, and Ron Hafner are all going to draw a card. Whoever's card matches the number of the horse that finishes best is going to win the truck. Second, we'll get $2,000. Everybody else will get $1,000. There's a lot on the line here, guys. So I don't know if you've determined an order in which to go, but whoever would like to draw first.
Max is up first.
Okay, Max Tudla is up first. Grab your card and get your runner. Okay, Max draws the 4. You have Happy Hour Bobby. Oh, the 2? Sorry, couldn't see it. That's the 2, Som Tequila. My bad. I'm sorry, can't read. All right, Bill Bardall up next. Okay, you got to hold it up, turn around, face the camera. Other way, Bill. Okay, he's got the 3, Johnny up at 21-1. Scott Badger, take your card. All right, hold up your card to the camera. It's behind you. You got the 7. Big Boy McCoy, one of the longest shots on the board. Rodney Davis, pick your runner. There's a method to it. He has drawn the jack. That is the 11. Number 11, Blaine Bishop. We got some bombs down here. Okay, Ron, choose wisely. Ron Hafner picks the 5, Silver Dash at 7-2. All right, gentlemen, you have your runners. Good luck. Sweat it out. We've got 1 minute to post, and one of you is going to be the lucky winner of a new truck. Good luck.
They've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Summer of Horsepower giveaway. Best of luck to our candidates. Somebody wins a Ford F-150. Happy Hour Bobby 2-1. Warrior Boss 2-1. They moving in. Final pick 5 of this evening. Warrior Boss goes in, joined by Johnny Up. Tap It Sam, trying to win 2 in a row. Ray's Angel in the Hall & Oates colors. Blaine Bishop, Westa Waverly. Color Me Legendary, last in line. Packed house for race number 8, beginning that pick 5. Good luck. And they're racing. Happy Hour Bobby trying to leave them punch drunk. And that one is joined by Westa Waverly, and the Minnesotans kick on with a fast early pace. Westa Waverly has taken the lead by a length and a half. After that, Silver Dash lay third. On the wide side, Color Me Legendary at 1,000,000 to the outside of Blaine Bishop. Inside of that, Some Tequila trying to win 2 in a row. Westa Waverly leads by a length and a half. Warrior Boss is advancing between runners, about 2.5 clear from Big Boy McCoy. Then we come back to Johnny Up, beginning to run on from 10 out of it, and joined by Ray's Angel. Then we come back to the final 2, Public Safety, and the one in last is Tap It Sam. Around about the quarter pole, Westa Waverly encountered by Happy Hour Bobby. Happy Hour Bobby has taken a narrow lead. Color Me Legendary is dropping out of it and overtaken by Silver Dash. Silver Dash, Happy Hour Bobby inside. Warrior Boss has taken off and run right to the winner's circle at 2.5 to 1. It's Warrior Boss to win it by 6, beating Silver Dash, and Happy Hour Bobby completes the trifecta. All righty, Ron Hafner. If it goes official, congratulations. 8-5-4-1. The 5 being the key number in the equation for the F-150. It's official. Congratulations, Ronald. The pick four paid $6,575. Exacta $24.40, trifecta $41.45. 10-cent superfecta, 25 and change, 7-8 dub, 66.10. Into the winner's enclosure, it is the stylish Warrior Boss with a sweet move in deep stretch. Warrior Boss was ridden to victory by Rye Eccleberry. The winning owner, Lamont Nenast, and the winning trainer, Joel Burnt. Warrior Boss is a 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Street Boss out of Xena Peach, bred in Minnesota by Castle Rock Thoroughbreds. We come now to the 9th race. No scratches, no rider changes. Post time, 20 minutes from now. And they're racing. Happy Hour Bobby trying to leave them punch drunk. And that one is joined by Westo Waverly, and the Minnesotans kick on with a fast early pace. Westo Waverly has taken the lead by a length and a half. After that, Silver Dash lay third. On the wide side, Color Me Legendary at 1,000,000 to the outside of Blame Bishop. Inside of that, Some Tequila trying to win 2 in a row. Westo Waverly leads by a length and a half. Warrior Boss is advancing between runners, about 2.5 clear from Big Boy McCoy. Then we come back to Johnny Up, beginning to run on from 10 out of it, and joined by Ray's Angel. Then we come back to the final 2, Public Safety, and the one in last is Tap It Sam. Around about the quarter pole, Westo Waverly encountered by Happy Hour Bobby. Happy Hour Bobby has taken a narrow lead. Color Me Legendary is dropping out of it and overtaken by Silver Dash. Silver Dash, Happy Hour Bobby inside. Warrior Boss has taken off and run right to the winner's circle at 2.5 to 1. It's Warrior Boss to win it by 6, beating Silver Dash, and Happy Hour Bobby completes the trifecta.
A very formful start to the pick 5 as one of the favorites provides the victory in race number 8. We sail on now to a late pick 4 that features another interesting handicapping puzzle. Maiden special weight competition, 5.5 furlongs, and here they are. Number 1 is Morant. Our top jockey, Harry Hernandez, will get the mount here. One career start was sneaky good, too. Showed some speed within that start before fading to 4th. The fact that Harry's back on this horse, second career start, I think you can safely say that's when horses can make the biggest jump up from their debut and improve sharply. So I think the one, because Harry's here and you're getting 9-1, has to be considered. 2 is Boston Wally. Miguel Arroyo takes the mount here. Plenty of experience, 8 career starts. We're going to try the turf to dirt angle here at 5.5 furlongs. The last time he raced at this distance on the main track, third at 17-1. So that was against softer competition. There's the 3 there's the 2 has an outside chance, I think, to do some damage here. The 3 is a filly taking on the boys. You can see she's getting a little warm and a little wound up here in the paddock. I love that they're putting a filly in against the boys. Sophia Barandella gets the call. Hasn't raced since early July, so we've got a little bit of a layoff. Some decent training since, and I think it's an ambitious spot. And I appreciate that they're trying the filly in against the boys. The 4 might be the main speed of the race. It's Master Red. Zeke Laura gets the call here for Joe Roberts. 2 career starts, both decent, but will probably have to improve to win. If this horse is loose on the front, I think the horse has a shot. If this horse has pace pressure, this horse will be in big trouble. Here's the story within the race, and this is a big-time contender, good-looking horse in the paddock. It's number 5, Prize Fighter. Joel Burnt just won the most recent race and now can tie Mac Robertson for the lead in the trainer standings. So the race within the race is Joel's got the 5, Mac's got the outside 2 here, and the lead has been cut right back to 1. Prize Fighter has stalking speed, has been there and done that against almost everybody in this race. You feel like sooner or later he's going to get this thing over the top, and you've got the right jockey in the saddle. Rye Eccleberry, so strong in the stretch. The horse to beat, his Prize Fighter. 6 is Finbar Fury, Kelsey Haar for Bobby Klein. Good workouts, well-bred horse. This is the grandson of the great Street Sense, who won the 2007 Kentucky Derby. 7 is Tiz's Stellar Dude, Lindy Wade for Chip Woolley. Speaking of the Derby, this trainer won the Kentucky Derby. He's got Tiz's Stellar Dude, turf to dirt with some early speed. 8, Devilish Hour, Alex Conchari for Mac Robertson. Second time back, off a decent debut. The horse looks live, and this will be Angela Herman's tout. 9 is Hurt So Bad. Constantino Roman gets the call here. Outside attack post for Mac. Both those Mac horses look live to me. This will be the horse that I'll tab as my top pick in the race. And we're going to go with 5-1 on Hurts So Bad. Maiden race, someone breaking through to the other side to get their first career victory. Joel Burnt's got the 5. Mac's got the 8 and 9. Mac leads by 1. And down the stretch we come in the race for champion trainer. Late pick 4 time. Late pick 4 at Canterbury. That's right. We've got 12 races. We've got 4 more to go. Get your bets in now and enjoy.
Sir Leonard Diker brings them onto the track for the pick 4 on the Final 4 live races tonight. It's only 50 cents. The most recent pick 4 paid $6,500. The previous paid $2,300. Play that pick 4, no scratches, 5 minutes.
We've got 4 races left, so we've got a pick 4 starting in 5 minutes. In this one, I opted to put Devilish Hour on top. He ran a better than it looks first out. The barn got a win earlier tonight. This one kind of ranged up on the turn, flattened out a little bit. Happens to a lot of first-time starters. He does have to get past Prize Fighter, but he's got more upside to him than a lot of his competition does, and the barn put in a couple on the outside. Alex Conchari's on this one. Hurts so bad on the outside. Usually runs well, but has had some good opportunities to close the deal and hasn't thus far. Master Red, the other horse that I used, was a vet scratch previously. That's a bit of a concern, but he might be the controlling speed of the bunch. Now, 2 and 10 fit for race number 10. A lot of people are going to single Hightail Cowboy, but I was slightly interested in the outside horse coming off the turf. I know that it's asking a little bit of him, but it still provides a little bit of value as far as prices go in a field where I didn't see a whole bunch of options outside of Hightail Cowboy because very few of them have speed. Now, Lindy Wade's going to be aboard him again. He's shown good pressing speed in the past. Last time around just didn't show it, but in general on turf, he hasn't shown it quite as much. So we'll see if we can get Feeding Frenzy back in a winning mood now that he's back on the main track. I talked about my top pick in race number 11 previously. That's Big League Benny when we did the angle. Big League Benny is frankly going to need to step things up, but has every right to in this spot and at a distance that he likes. That's why I almost always use Libertarian, who's a 6.5 furlong specialist, and Yesteryear, and Turn the Switch, who's in some of the best form of his life and has good speed to stay close to the front. And in the last, I'm going to see if Nevada Litvin, if he should come up victorious with Turn the Switch, can double up with Dakota Knight. Dakota Knight stretches back out in distance, stays on the main track. He will go against Open Company, but this horse, last time around when he was third, really wasn't seeming to be pushed too hard late. He didn't really need to be pushed along at the end of things. Harry Hernandez was very easily keeping up. And even though this horse got passed up a little bit late, that one was under a full-out ride. Dakota Knight looks like he had more to offer and should be able to show a little bit more as far as speed and even finish on the stretch out. I think it'll suit him very well, and it seems like a good spot. It's not Minnesota breds, but they've been stepping up against Open Company all night. Why can't they do it here? Singled him in the last, and that's where you get that $8 ticket. If you want to make your own, you want to double it up in the last, I don't blame you. Some of the payouts have been excellent tonight. You get 2 minutes to compose your final opportunity at a pick 4 on Thursday. Good luck.
It is now post time. Hurt So Bad goes in. There in the gate. And they're racing from the 4 spot. Master Red flashes good speed. And outside of that, Devilish Hour is also prominent, and so is Tis Stellar Dude. And that gray Tis Stellar Dude takes the lead. Right behind the gray is fellow gray Prize Fighter. The rider's looking for 4. After that, Hurt So Bad, beginning to advance, but doing so wide off the far turn. Then we come back to Boston Wally, 7 lengths from the lead. To the outside of Morant, about 7 clear from Ms. Gisela. And in last is Finbar Furry. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and 7 and 9 hook up. Up top, it is Hurt So Bad showing the way. Hurt So Bad leads it from Devilish Hour just off the heels, and that's it for Tis Stellar Dude. Then we come back about 4 or 5 lengths to Prize Fighter. That one's to the outside of Master Red. It is Hurt So Bad, Devilish Hour. Here comes Prize Fighter with the knockout punch at 2-1. Prize Fighter, Rye Eccleberry, 4. Five, Prize Fighter, first, 5-8-9-4. And the 9th race is official. We come now to the 10th race, beginning the final pick 3 this evening. Number 1, Twilight Liaison, is ridden by Ezekiel Laura. Scratch number 7, Pirate Bird. Race 10, 22 minutes from now. Walking up to the winner's circle, Prize Fighter and jockey Rye Eccleberry, who has won 4 times tonight. Prize Fighter is owned by Lothenbach Stables, and the winning trainer, Joel Burnt. With that victory, Joel and Mac Robertson are tied atop the trainer standings, each with 60 victories. They're racing from the 4 spot. Master Red flashes good speed, and outside of that, Devilish Hour is also prominent, and so is Tis Stellar Dude, and that gray Tis Stellar Dude takes the lead. Right behind the gray is fellow gray Prize Fighter. The rider's looking for 4. After that, Hurt So Bad beginning to advance, but doing so wide off the far turn. Then we come back to Boston Wally, 7 lengths from the lead, to the outside of Morant, about 7 clear from Ms. Gisela, and in last is Finbar Furry. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and 7 and 9 hook up. Up top it is Hurt So Bad showing the way. Hurt So Bad leads it from Devilish Hour just off the heels, and that's it for Tis Stellar Dude. Then we come back about 4 or 5 lengths to Prize Fighter. That one's to the outside of Master Red. It is Hurt So Bad, Devilish Hour. Here comes Prize Fighter with the knockout punch at 2-1. Prize Fighter, Rye Eccleberry, 4.
Uncle Chunk rocking the house tonight at Canterbury. Love that live music all these Thursday nights throughout summer. And we're hanging on by a thread, Ange, to hang on to just a little more summer. We get Saturday. We get 13 races on Saturday. We get a couple stakes races.
Gosh, we were just going to talk about like Enter Sandman, and you got to go into, season's almost done.
Melancholy right now, but
yeah, forget jamming. It's almost winter. See the snow clouds? Come on.
Training camp starts in less than a week in St. Paul. For those wondering,
goodness.
Hockey does signal that winter will be here before we know it. But we've got
how about those Wild?
3 more great races tonight. 13 more on Saturday, and we have to handicap this one. Let's take a look at the field, Ange. And another interesting puzzle here, other than Hightail Cowboy, who's going to be odds on, who looks like the free space in the bingo card. But if you can get around the 2, then there could be some fireworks. And I think the horse that makes the most sense to me is on the board right now on the monitors. That's the 1, Twilight Liaison with Zeke. I don't see a ton of speed in here, and I think this horse can sit right off the favorite. And if the favorite isn't feeling great, then maybe that horse can clunk into the trifecta at a huge price, or maybe even upset the apple cart. But I think the 2 is going to be tough here. I know you agree. What do you think of Hightail Cowboy? What do we need to happen?
And I agree on Hightail Cowboy. I just don't think that paces for him at this condition get much slower than they did last time. I mean, 23-3 isn't crawling, but I think that's about what he's probably going to have to go in here. I don't know if it's going to be Past the Cat. I don't know if it's going to be Twilight Liaison. I don't know if it's going to be Feeding Frenzy or even Grunder. Somebody is going to make sure that Hightail Cowboy doesn't get that clear in the early going. I still don't think that it'll be enough pressure probably to make him back up. I agree with you. I have him on top. I am interested in Feeding Frenzy to see how he responds being placed closer to the pace, because you can see his races where he is in the first half of the field, maybe in the top 3 or 4, versus the ones where he gets left behind, and they're night and day. So I'm just wondering if Feeding Frenzy with Lindy Wade in a field, like you said, that doesn't have a whole bunch of speed, gets into a more comfortable spot and maybe has more to offer late. As Hightail Cowboy has now been tracked down 2 times in a row, really close to the wire. You have to create some scenario where he gets run down again. I know that it's not easy to imagine, but I think if anybody can do it, it would be the 10. I have to ask, because you've had an excellent pick with Twilight Liaison in the past, how much of your affection for Twilight Liaison maybe traces back to that June 22nd race?
Well, he showed me something that night. I'm not going to lie to you. That made a big difference. But in a race like this, where I just didn't see a lot of other horses that wanted to go,
yeah.
I get it. He could get a really nice trip, and I don't think they're going to bet him. He's going to be a huge price. He is right now.
30-1.
And Zeke Laura rode him the night that he won at 35-1. So I'm not saying the horse is going to win. I think the 2 is a standout here, but I do think this horse can be a part of the trifecta at a huge price.
No, I understand completely. Past the Cat is one that I thought maybe could get in close to the pace. I don't think he's fast enough to go with Hightail Cowboy. On paper, certainly he isn't. But Past the Cat in his past, when he was coming out of one-turn races, was a little bit more sharp early. Kelsey Hardrew outside, far, far outside. That's the main issue. She's going to be far away from Hightail Cowboy early. She might have to use herself from the outside to get up close and put pressure on Hightail Cowboy, and I think that that's how he runs best. Past the Cat, it will fight somebody off on the front end. He won't necessarily make a big move, so that's what turned me against this horse. I did use him in 3rd. I just didn't think he would get the ideal trip like he got last time.
And there's the 10, and that's the story right now with the trainers race, which is tied. And Joe Burnt has I'll call it a free spin. No Mac Robertson horses to fend off here. If Feeding Frenzy wins, Burnt takes the lead, and this is a really cool race. Do you like Hightail Cowboy, or do you think there's a big price awaiting? You make the call right now. It's crunch time. 9 minutes to post. The final pick 3 of the night. And race number 10 features a 1-mile distance and a heavy favorite. Good luck. We'll see you for the late double.
Thank you.
And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the 10th race. Two back. One out. And they're racing in the Andy Hernandez Classic. Twilight Liaison at 40-1 flashes terrific speed, and so does Hightail Cowboy. And Hightail Cowboy gets loose on the lead. Hightail Cowboy opens up by 2 on Twilight Liaison. Past the Cat, trying to win 2 in a row. Purrs up into second. After that, Poverty Flats about 2.5 to the good of De Ghost. And right behind that one, Behaving Myself, 7 lengths from the front. Then it's Feeding Frenzy to the inside of Grunder, and Grunder looks to win 2 in a row, advancing. Rider has the pink helmet cover. The one in last is 'Cause I'm Chocolate. Last, but just about 9 lengths from the front. 4.5 to go, and they're chasing Harry. It's Hightail Cowboy 1. Second, Past the Cat by a half. Twilight Liaison is 3 lengths in arrears. After that, we come to De Ghost, about 5 out of it to the outside of Behaving Myself. Behind that is Grunder beginning to advance and try to go by Poverty Flats with Feeding Frenzy to the inside. And after that is 'Cause I'm Chocolate, 9 lengths rearmost. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and Hightail Cowboy trying to take them wire to wire. Behaving Myself making a smart move to the outside of Past the Cat. Feeding Frenzy is 7 lengths out of it to the outside of Twilight Liaison. Hightail Cowboy continuing to hightail it, and Hightail Cowboy takes the leading margin and opens up by 4. Behaving Myself is surging very quickly late, but it's too late. Hightail Cowboy wins the Andy Hernandez. Number 2, Hightail Cowboy first. 5, Behaving Myself second. 9, Past the Cat third. 10, Feeding Frenzy fourth. The winner, Hightail Cowboy, was claimed for $10,000. The new trainer, Chris Richard. The new owner, Jason Totarum. Winning a 2-way shake for the victorious Hightail Cowboy, Richard Totarum. And the 10th race is official. The 11th is the penultimate on the penultimate. Scratch number 10, Sway Road. 11, Milton Town, picked up by Alex Kanjari. Victorious in the Andy Hernandez is High Tail Cowboy, owned and trained by Gabriel Silva Rodriguez. And the winning rider is our leading rider, Harry Hernandez. And they're racing in the Andy Hernandez Classic. Twilight Liaison at 40-1 flashes terrific speed, and so does High Tail Cowboy. And High Tail Cowboy gets loose on the lead. High Tail Cowboy opens up by 2 on Twilight Liaison. Past the Cat, trying to win 2 in a row. Purrs up into second. After that, Poverty Flats about 2.5 to the good of De Ghost. And right behind that one, Behaving Myself, 7 lengths from the front. Then it's Feeding Frenzy to the inside of Grunder, and Grunder looks to win 2 in a row. Advancing, rider as the pink helmet cover. The one in last is 'Cause I'm Chocolate. Last, but just about 9 lengths from the front. 4.5 to go, and they're chasing Harry. It's High Tail Cowboy 1. Second, Past the Cap by a half. Twilight Liaison is 3 lengths in arrears. After that, we come to De Ghost, about 5 out of it to the outside of Behaving Myself. Behind that is Grunder beginning to advance and try to go by Poverty Flats with Feeding Frenzy to the inside. And after that is 'Cause I'm Chocolate, 9 lengths rearmost. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and High Tail Cowboy trying to take them wire to wire. Behaving Myself making a smart move to the outside of Past the Cat. Feeding Frenzy is 7 lengths out of it to the outside of Twilight Liaison. High Tail Cowboy continuing to hightail it, and High Tail Cowboy takes the leading margin and opens up by 4. Behaving Myself is surging very quickly late, but it's too late. High Tail Cowboy wins the Andy Hernandez.
Here we are, late daily double time. Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg with you as the favorite obliges in race 10. We get set now for another chance for a big price. If you're alive in the pick 5, you need something big here. I would say this race provides plenty of potential.
This is where I found a price that I like, a couple of prices, in fact, but I know that you have a horse that's an even bigger price than mine, a reversal from the morning line. And when you go 6.5, I know that throws an additional monkey wrench into things. Sway Road is scratched out of here. Milton Town was your morning line favorite and is currently 9-5. Alex Conchari picks up the mount on him. But if you're going to try to beat Milton Town, what don't you like about Milton Town, and what do you like about the long shot you like?
I don't like the layoff. I can tell you that right off the hop. The horse hasn't raced since August the 3rd, and we're taking a double dip in class. The workouts are solid. I like the Silva Barn, and Alex is one of my very favorite jockeys. There are just too many red flags for me at a low price. If Milton Town beats me here, I'll tip my hat and move on. I'm bullish on the 8. I like Palace Prince a lot here. I think this horse, last time out, although on a sloppy track, was facing better competition and ran a really good race behind Cramden. And I think if you look at most of this horse's dirt races, the 0-for-9 stands out on a fast main track, but this horse has been competitive with better horses. I just don't see a lot in here I'm afraid of. I thought the 3 was interesting. I don't know what happened to that 15-1 morning line, but just ask Joel. I think is a horse that fits, and I think your 7 horse should get a good trip as well.
I thought the big league betting would, and for Milton Town, the main thing for me was 6.5. I know that he's won a couple of times at 6.5 in the past, but it seems like by design, off that huge layoff from 21 to 22, they'd run him at 5.5 and 5 on the turf, kind of trying to keep him shorter. And then last time we have the voided claim as the favorite. I just was trying to go a different direction and landed on another horse that likes 6.5. And they run big league betting repeatedly at that distance when they've had the opportunity in the past. Now, obviously, he's not the same horse now that he was then, but he seems to be trending in that direction. He's run behind Yak a couple of times. And when they get here, I'm just trying to look for a horse, oh my goodness, a horse that is in decent form, looks sound, and fits the conditions well. All of those boxes get checked by Big League Benny. Now, they also do for Yesteryear and Turn and Switch, the 2 horses that I like underneath, but I think that these 2 might make life difficult for each other on the front end, along with Milton Town, maybe along with Smart Call. I thought that there were a number of horses that could go up there and keep the pace honest, if not fast.
I just thought if Yesteryear could get loose with Harry, then Yesteryear would be a big problem. So that's going to be the key to me is, can Yesteryear get loose? If he can get loose, can Harry ration the fractions? There's a good look right on camera there at the 6 Yesteryear. Looks spectacular. I'll tell you what, that is one good-looking racehorse in the paddock here. Ears up, good energy. I love what I'm seeing from Yesteryear. If that horse gets loose, look out. That horse is going to be a major problem.
He's hot, but Yesteryear, physique-wise, yes, very well put together, but he is getting hot, and it's not a particularly warm night out there. Now, Yesteryear gets the blinkers back on. And last time was an interesting journey. It looked like they were going to get him up to the lead. Then he took back. Maybe he was in a tight spot. But he ended up a very even-paced 4th. So I think that you're right. This horse needs to be up on the lead, get his rhythm going, and he loves 6.5 as well. Whether he can do that or not, I question it, but he's also been favored at below 2-1 3 times in a row, so I wanted to try and look elsewhere. Turn the Switch to his inside has shown good speed, even at 2 furlongs. But do you picture a scenario where Turn the Switch can get loose from anybody to his right?
No, don't think so. The horse is going to be embattled the whole way. I like the horse. I just don't see the horse getting loose from Yesteryear. I think it's just too much pace.
Fair enough. Well, we're both against your favorite that's on the screen right now. He looks a picture of health down in the paddock, but we find out what becomes of this 11th race in approximately 8 minutes. Another full field is track-bound. 10 of them will contest this one in about 8 minutes. You have Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and the final double of the night from which to pick. Kevin, very excited for this 11th race. They head out right now to the track, and the bugle from Mr. Lindiker.
And it's post time for the 11th, the Thursday penultimate on the penultimate day of the 2022 Canterbury season. One out. Milton Town.
Hang on.
And they're racing. Just Ask Joel comes out fast near the inside. And several equine athletes now in search of the lead, which is grabbed by Yesteryear. And Yesteryear takes the lead to the inside of Milton Town and to the outside of Just Ask Joel. And now 3 and 6 travel in perfect harmony. Right behind them is Smart Call, about 3.5, 4 lengths clear from Palace Prince. That one has been overtaken by Turn the Switch on the move, 7 lengths from the front. Western Smoke is next. That's the one to the inside. Up top, Just Ask Joel has the lead. Then we come to Libertarian, beginning to run on kind of fast, about 8 lengths out of it. Behind that one is Big League Benny, and Unbroken Song would give Eckleberry 5 victories tonight from 13 out of it. Around about the quarter pole, Just Ask Joel, Yesteryear. Just Ask Joel leads it by 1.5 from Yesteryear. On the outside, Turn the Switch. On the inside, Smart Call, and even wider out, Libertarian continues to finish speedily at 20-1. Here's Libertarian, and on the far outside, Big League Benny is surging, but Libertarian pulls the upset. And the 11th is official. Exacta 127. Superfecta 965 for a dime. The pick 3 on 9, 10, and 11 paid $77.25. That trifecta, $382. 2-4 double, $44.80. To the winner's enclosure, it's Libertarian, and Canterbury Park Salt of the Earth. He is Lindy Wade. Libertarian is owned and trained by Mike Bollinger. The 12th is the final live race tonight. Scratch number 6, Miss Kitty Russell.
Hang on.
And they're racing. Just Ask Joel comes out fast near the inside, and several equine athletes now in search of the lead, which is grabbed by Yesteryear. And Yesteryear takes the lead to the inside of Milton Town and to the outside of Just Ask Joel, and now 3 and 6 travel in perfect harmony. Right behind them is Smart Call, about 3.5, 4 lengths clear from Palace Prince. That one has been overtaken by Turn the Switch on the move, 7 lengths from the front. Western Smoke is next. That's the one to the inside. Up top, Just Ask Joel has the lead. Then we come to Libertarian, beginning to run on kind of fast, about 8 lengths out of it. Behind that one is Big League Benny, and Unbroken Song would give Eckleberry 5 victories tonight from 13 out of it. Around about the quarter pole, Just Ask Joel, Yesteryear. Just Ask Joel leads it by 1.5 lengths from Yesteryear. On the outside, Turn the Switch. On the inside, Smart Call, and even wider out, Libertarian continues to finish speedily at 20-1. Here's Libertarian, and on the far outside, Big League Benny is surging, but Libertarian pulls the upset.
Break my heart.
That's Kevin Gorg in the background, and now he's here to join me to take you through the 12th after he completes his symphony. Scratch number 6, Miss Kitty Russell. We still have 8 going to post. Somebody is going to break their maiden, going a mile. Who do you think it is, Kev?
Well, I talked about this on a podcast I did earlier this week. I love the 2. I'm a huge fan of Calzone here, Kelsey Haar. Johnny the Mouse Mickelson's up here in the press box licking his chops to get to the voucher machine. I'm with him. Love the bullet drill. Love the turf to dirt. I look back at the turf races in Florida back in April and May. I think both those races, being that this horse had just started the racing career, kind of validate this position for this horse. And I see plenty of pace with the 4-horse and the 7-horse setting what I think will be more than honest fractions. I think the 2 can sit back. I think Kelsey is most useful on a closer. She's brought in some big prices. I think she's at her best when she can sit off the pace and pounce. And I think Kelsey and Calzone get all the money.
Fair enough. I did not see the pace that you saw on paper. I think that Not a Cry and maybe Untold Story will go out there. And I always feel like when horses stretch out like this, they're not going to let them just go. They're going to try to ration their speed. And that could put Dakota Knight in a better spot than an Izzy and a Tizzy, Rowdy Red Glare, Calzone, Aries Reigns. Even though Aries Reigns wasn't that far off it, usually he doesn't show that much speed going back to recent history. I just thought that Dakota Knight would land right in the middle as far as where he would be placed in the race. And I thought that that would be a good spot to be in. If Not a Cry, if Untold Story, even if Sweet Analyzer, all these horses who are not experienced around 2 turns as much as he is, start to fall back, he's just naturally got the gas to keep on going. Now, Dakota Knight last time did get 3rd, and he was running with Sweet Analyzer at the end, but Sweet Analyzer and Lindy Wade were just, it's Kyle Carter. We're just go. I mean, Harry Hernandez barely had the gas on with Dakota Knight, so I think that maybe this horse will have a bit more to offer going 2 turns. You're getting 10-1. I'll take that. I did use Sweet Analyzer 3rd, but I didn't think that he had quite as much left late going 6 than Dakota Knight did.
Yeah, I can see the angle. I just think the pace is going to be fast. We'll see how this plays out, but I think the 4 has to go. I know you mentioned the 8 has some speed. I don't know how Dakota Knight doesn't go at this distance, especially with a guy like Harry who's so good on or near the lead. I'll be curious to see if they go anywhere below 48 for this level. I think Calzone will be in a really good spot. I think Calzone will sit 4 or 5 lengths off, hug that rail, and then Kelsey will sneak inside and make a big turn for home. If it's not the 2, and the 2 is being bet and bet hard, 8-1 morning line looks like a pipe dream from here. There are some opportunities here. We saw the pick 5 payoffs, and it could be anything. Also, final race of the contest, and we've got some good friends in the top 10 in Bruce Meyer, the Oracle, and, of course, Rick Dahl in his contingent. So that's exciting. Good luck to you guys as we close the contest, and all the players who supported Canterbury, and Jeff Madej. Congrats to him once again for running such an unbelievable contest. We've got the dog days this weekend, but some players right now hoping to punch their ticket to the big Breeders' Cup tournament, and it all comes down to this. Here are the selections from all the handicappers here at the track. Angela and I are looking forward to seeing how the contest plays out, how this race plays out, and most importantly, we're looking forward to seeing you on Saturday for closing day 2022 with 13 races and 2 stakes. Good luck in the lucky last on the penultimate day of racing here at Canterbury for 2022.
Sir Leonard Dykert. Great job, buddy. See you Saturday for closing day. That's our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert. Race 12, scratch number 6, 6 minutes. They've reached the gate. It is now post time. Two back. One out. Sweet Analyzer, 3-1. Calzone, even money. 8 in the gate. And they're racing. Sweet Analyzer popped nicely on the stretch out. The favored Calzone was pinched back to last. They head into the first turn with 7/8 to go, and Aries Reigns looks to reign on the early lead. Not a Cry right outside of the fast early pace into the inside of Izzy and a Tizzy. After that, it is Rowdy Red Glare at a fat price sneaking through to the inside. Calzone also on the move, about 2.5 to the good of Dakota Knight. That one is third last, now joined by Sweet Analyzer advancing to the inside, and Untold Story can see them all. Up the barn side they go in the lucky last Thursday at CBY. Aries Reigns and Sophia Barandella lead it by 1. Not a Cry is next, now on the inside. Calzone continues to advance. Calzone from last right up to join the lead into the far turn. Izzy and a Tizzy's being shoved on. Sweet Analyzer 7 out of it. Dakota Knight's beginning to run on fast from 10 out of it. Then it's Rowdy Red Glare, and in last is Untold Story. It is Aries Reigns fending the challenge of Calzone, and Aries Reigns opens up by 2.5, make it 3. Calzone is next, then we come to Sweet Analyzer. Everybody else a mile behind Aries Reigns, and Sophia Barandella's looking for a double. Inside the final furlong, Aries Reigns from Calzone and Sweet Analyzer way back to Izzy and a Tizzy. Aries Reigns at a generous 12-1 dominates race 12. It's Aries Reigns by about 5. Calzone and Sweet Analyzer ran third. Number 3, Aries Reigns, ran first. 3-2-9-5 in race 12.
Crowd mic. Crowd mic.
Race 12 is official. That trifecta paid $62.70. 10-cent superfecta, $40.63. The final pick 4, $926. The pick 5 paid $3,902. 3 of 3 in the pick 3, $146.35. Into the winner's circle, Aries Reigns, and that's a double for Sophia Barandella. Well done. The winning owners, Jody Veach and Robert Schweiger, and the winning trainer, Lynn Rerick. Ladies and gentlemen, the final day of the 2022 live racing season is Saturday, and we begin at 4 o'clock. Hopefully you can join us, and thank you for joining us tonight. And everybody watching and wagering off track, we thank you too. If you're leaving Canterbury, please drive safely. In the gate. And they're racing. Sweet Analyzer popped nicely on the stretch out. The favored Calzone was pinched back to last. They head into the first turn with 7/8 to go, and Aries Reigns looks to reign on the early lead. Not a Cry right outside of the fast early pace into the inside of Izzy and a Tizzy. After that, it is Rowdy Red Glare at a fat price sneaking through to the inside. Calzone also on the move, about 2.5 to the good of Dakota Knight. That one is third last, now joined by Sweet Analyzer advancing to the inside, and Untold Story can see them all. Up the barn side they go in the lucky last Thursday at CBY. Aries Reigns and Sophia Barandella lead it by 1. Not a Cry is next, now on the inside. Calzone continues to advance. Calzone from last right up to join the lead into the far turn. Izzy and a Tizzy's being shoved on. Sweet Analyzer 7 out of it. Dakota Knight's beginning to run on fast from 10 out of it. Then it's Rowdy Red Glare, and in last is Untold Story. It is Aries Reigns fending the challenge of Calzone, and Aries Reigns opens up by 2.5, make it 3. Calzone is next, then we come to Sweet Analyzer. Everybody else a mile behind Aries Reigns, and Sophia Barandella is looking for a double. Inside the final furlong, Aries Reigns from Calzone and Sweet Analyzer way back to Izzy and a Tizzy. Aries Reigns at a generous 12-1 dominates race 12. It's Aries Reigns by about 5. Calzone and Sweet Analyzer ran third.